and good morning. Good, thank you very much. Can you just pronounce your names for the record? Just press the silver part.
Thanks. These are new mics.
First stage
So, are you okay this morning?
I'm fine, Chair.
We can start with the interviews.
Definitely.
But look, you understand the process. It's been made known to the public. So our task now is to have an interview with all candidates as the final step towards nominating a candidate that would recommend to Parliament for acceptance. If Parliament accepts the candidate with the 60% supporting vote, that candidate will then be submitted, the name will be submitted to the President for appointment. So you'll have 5 minutes just to briefly state why this committee should consider you for nomination as a public protector. Over to you, sir. The time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. I'll preface my motivation by citing The Art of War, Sun Tzu, who talks about the 5 qualities of leadership. And if my memory serves me well, it's intelligence, humility, trustworthiness, discipline, and what was the other one? Can't remember. I'll get back to it. And I do think I possess these 5 qualities of leadership. I have been, the 5th one is humility. I've definitely been a servant of the public, and I think my track record does show that I have appreciated the importance of humility. Trustworthiness, I guess, also qualify in that sense. And intelligence, I do. It's really about a vision and being able to lead. And of course, these 5 qualities must be properly balanced. And I think at this point in time, the public protector is definitely, office is definitely wounded. And there's a need really to help to restore the dignity of the organization in order to serve the mandate and serve the people of this country. And therefore, what one needs really is someone with a proven track record of leadership and who meets the 5 criteria of leadership as per the Art of War in order to be able to turn things around. So my track record is there. I've been a public servant for a long time. I've served in Chapter 9 bodies as a CEO twice of the Human Rights Commission. I'm currently working at the Office of the Chief Justice as the head of legal. I've also worked with civil society organizations. I've been an academic. I've lectured in South Africa as well as in the US. I've published over 15 articles on human rights issues. And I think my track record as a Human Rights Commission, both good and bad, really has helped me because, you cannot fly a plane just by having theoretical knowledge. You have to have a track record that you can fly the plane. And I think at this point in time, we need people with proven track records, proven abilities of leadership to be able to fly this plane. And we have seen from the past the challenges of leadership in each chapter institutions, that if Parliament appoints people who don't meet these 5 criteria of Sun Tzu of leadership, then the plane will crash. And it has crashed in many instances. And we cannot, as a country at this point in time, afford to have public protector crashing. The public need to have confidence that they will be protected. And this institution, which is so important in terms of advancing our democracy, in terms of making our people confident and believe in government so that we can actually move from where we are, really needs a public protector which will deliver and which will be trustworthy. And therefore, in this words, Chairperson, I do possess all the criteria. I think you have my CV before you. And lastly, as I've said elsewhere, that, one of the important challenges facing this country is the issue of corruption and poor service delivery. And of course, this also affects human rights. And I've done a lot of work really around the support of whistleblowers. I've actually drafted a bill, a new amendment, a new act. We call it a Whistleblower Protection and Support Act, which we've given to government. And I think that's been used in some of the documents now from the Department of Justice as to how we can amend this. And therefore, I believe that if I was to become the public protector, one of the things I'll do is really to ensure that there is better support and protection for whistleblowers so that we can actually do better in fighting corruption, in fighting maladministration in our country, and making our people to believe much more deeper in our democracy and in our governance. So that's one other thing which I've done. And I think, Chairperson, the other points which I want to mention is that in order to succeed as a public protector, you have to have a good stakeholder relationship with all the stakeholders, government, the public, as well as Chapter 9 institutions and civil society as well. And that is quite crucial because the public protector is not a big organization. It has to work through and with other institutions. And my track record really shows that I have managed to maintain those stakeholder relationships. But two, we need to address the internal challenges in the public protector. Staff members are very demoralized. And it's quite unfortunate that, due to the few incidences, the public has lost confidence. But if you look at the work which has been done overall, there are good people in the institution. All they just need is a leader who will inspire them and also make them believe. And you need that. But secondly, we also have to, now coming back now to where I am at OCJ, we do need to ensure that our complaints handling systems are also top-notch. So we have in OCJ an electronic system to manage with courts. I know public protector is already looking into this, so one needs to look into that and see how we can improve on that system to make sure that basically we are able to deliver on a mandate. Because one sad thing with the public protector or bodies like this, that if the public come and lodge complaints and you take forever to deal with them, then you are in trouble. It actually undermines the trust the people have. The third issue is we have to deal with the many cases which we've been losing as a public protector. They really undermine the confidence of the public. They undermine public resources. So we really need to make sure that, we do need to minimize this. But on the other hand, I must say...
Yeah, no, the 5 minutes is up. We've just gone beyond it by 1 minute. Just one question from my side. Do you confirm the disclosures you've made in the questionnaire, I guess?
Yes, I did.
Is anything perhaps that you wish to add or disclose or explain?
Not that I can think of, Chair, but I'll be able to answer anything which members of the committee might be aware of.
Thank you very much. It's now the opportunity for the colleagues to ask questions. Right. We'll start with Honorable Magwanisha. Let me just take hands. And Advocate Bradenbach, Honorable Mawete, sorry, my apologies. Inkosi Buthelezi. Can I write Honorable Tlape, Honorable Horn, Honorable Vessels, Honorable Soma, and Honorable Mananiso, and Honorable Janji. So I will take you in that order, colleagues. I start with Honorable Magwanisha. Over to you, Honorable Magwanisha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Advocate Tipanyane. Chair, I want to make a declaration that I do know Advocate Tipanyane as the CEO of the South African Human Rights Commission that reported to the Portfolio Committee of Justice. That's to the extent of my knowledge of him. Advocate Tipanyane, what is your understanding of the role of the Public Protector in respect of the requirements of the Executive Members Ethics Act? Yeah.
Yes. So you'll have an interaction for about 8 minutes or so, after which we'll move to the next question. Sorry, next colleague.
Thank you, Chair. The Executive Members Ethics Act is part of the mandate of the Public Protector to investigate alleged or suspected abuse of power and conduct which can result in injustice and prejudice. And therefore, the Public Protectors Act mandate also requires the Act itself requires the Public Protector to look into, to implement the Act as far as the members are concerned. And I guess the famous example of this is the Phala Phala report, where
That's fine.
the Act featured. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Then what are some of the challenges associated with the implementation of the Act?
The PP's Act or this one?
This Executive Members Ethics Act?
Yeah, well, I guess what came out of the report, which is apparently going to go for judicial review, is the interpretation of that act as to, let's take the first part as to, whether, to what extent are you conflicted and to what extent are you earning income outside your mandate as an official under that act. And I guess the court will need to clarify this. You saw the same example with the NCOP committee, where again the public was having big debates as to what is the proper understanding of that act. But in essence, really, there is definitely a need for a proper understanding of what that act means in terms of, to what extent are you conflicted. And therefore, I think the courts will help to clarify that. So one is actually hoping that the courts will help in that direction.
Okay. I forget Tipanyane. You have worked as an accounting officer. How will you manage the administration executive authority interface? Because now you'll be an executive authority and there will be a CEO of the Public Protector of South Africa. How will you manage that interface?
Thanks. Let me start from an academic point of view. I've got an LLM in corporate law, and therefore one understands and appreciates the importance of that division between the board and management. Secondly, I've humbly been appointed to be a board member of SABC, where I also am part of the governance committee and also chair the social ethics committee. And therefore, we're very clear that, we must stay in our lane. Now, as a former accounting officer, of course, one has had major experiences of challenges about maintaining that division. And therefore, I think I have enough experience to understand that. But also, I've seen the negative impacts when that line is blurred. And I think the committee led by Mr. Janchi has picked up these issues. And what happens when you blur those lines? Sorry, Honorable Janchi. And therefore, for me, as a potential public protector, I need to make sure that there's corporate governance in the organization, because that is crucial to ensure the organization does the mandate, staff members, and they're inspired. That's what we need. So it's about leadership. Going back to the points I was raising about Sun Tzu, that a leader has to have those 5 qualities which will inspire staff members and ensure that organizations do deliver. Because most organizations collapse, whether it's political or otherwise, due to bad leadership and blurring those lines.
Thank you very much. I was looking at your CV, Advocate Tipanyane, And something that maybe you might clarify me on. In 2020, you did your pupillage with the Gauteng Society of Advocates. And you did that pupillage whilst you were still a CEO of the South African Human Rights Commission. And when I looked at the requirements for pupillage by Gauteng Society of Advocates, it says you must not be in full-time employment. How did that happen?
Well, first I declared. Secondly, the Gauteng Society of Advocates was running the program after hours, at night, on weekends. And as a result, the LPC basically refused to recognize our certificates until they were taken to court, and the court ruled that the pupillage we did is a full pupillage. So that's a clarity. Sorry, I should have made that clear.
Okay, thank you very much. And then when I was looking at your questionnaire, you said that you want to be one of the best public protectors ever, if I quoting you verbatim. So can you take us through what do you think you will do better, and what other public protectors did not do, which will make you to be one of the best ever?
Yeah. Well, actually, I had a 10-point plan. I can't remember the points now, but I'll try and go over them. I think, as I was saying, you need the greater the power, the greater the humility. That's very crucial. But two, you have to have a vision. And that vision can only be informed to a large extent by experience. And I have been in this field since 1996. I was head of research at the Commission. I became a CEO twice, and now I'm an OCJ. I did some work in justice. So I have gone through the mills. I think I've been tested. I've made mistakes, clean audits, bad audits, staff issues. So I have mastered that. But also my relationships with everybody else has really made sure that I've got good stakeholder relationships with media, with NGOs, with everybody else. So I think I'm a person whom the people of this country can actually find confidence in, that this man, this person, has really, over the last 15 years, shown us that he is a true servant of the public, and he cares about the public. And my work speaks for itself, minus all the mistakes. So as far as other issues are concerned, it's really about, how we then, look at the mandate and see how best we can improve on it. And I need to say, I've said this also when I joined the Human Rights Commission. And if you recall, in 2009, when we appeared before the Kaiser Asmal, I was the CEO, and we rated one of the best commissions, Chapter 9, according to Kaiser Asmal's report. And in 2009, we actually came third in the awards for public bodies who are using legal powers. So I think I have committed myself to that, and I have delivered, minus one or two things. So I really think that with all my experience, my academic ability, my personality, my humility, and everything else, I can really turn things around. But it will be crucial that I take the staff of Public Protector with me. It is crucial that the public believes in us. It is crucial that we also work with all stakeholders, because we don't have money. And therefore, we need to leverage all these issues. In that sense, I think we can come back here and say this was indeed one of the best public protectors we've ever had.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Advocate Tipanyane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makwanishe. Honorable Bredenbach.
So we have 8 minutes each as members to ask you questions. So I would like you to try and keep your answers as brief as possible while answering the question.
Thank you.
Okay. You skipped a couple of the important qualities of a leader, but you said you couldn't remember them all, so we'll forgive you.
You can write them down.
And there's the other list now you also couldn't remember, so clearly memory isn't your strong suit. You've had 7 or 8 jobs since 2005. Why is that?
Well, I'm 60 years old now, and so if you were to give people a 5-year span, then it might explain. But I came back home in 1990 and worked at the Center for Criminal Justice in Pietermaritzburg. Then I was approached to be a law lecturer at UWC, so I left. It was a good opportunity. Then when I was there, I got tenure, but then I was asked to consider applying for the Human Rights Commission. So I left and joined the Human Rights Commission. That's where I stayed for the longest time. I was 8 years as head of research. Then I moved to join the CRL Commission, and then the commission called me back. Then I worked again at the commission. Then I resigned in 2009, moved to US.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I know how many jobs you've had. It's
Yeah.
all in your CV. I want to know why you kept changing jobs. Just that answer.
Well, looking for greener pastures, where opportunities can't come.
Thank
Not because I was fired or anything like that.
Fine. That's all good. You're hoping to be appointed to a position of leadership in a very important constitutional office. That office is currently deeply divided and conflicted. Briefly, how are you going to get that office working off one page and working optimally?
Happy staff members make happy workers. I will need to sit down with my colleagues, whom I know very well. I've worked with them for quite a long time, to say, colleagues, we have a mandate to work, to execute here. And you know me, you know who I am. So let us move this ship together and see how best we can turn around all the mistakes we've had. It means we'll have to study the reports which have been raised by the portfolio committee on the impeachment process, and then see, what can we do? But also then how do we get a public buy-in? Because at this point in time, the public does not really believe in us. So we need to get the public to believe that we can deliver. And also go back to all the stakeholders to say, listen, we can work together to fight corruption in our country, to strengthen our democracy. So I think it's very possible. They are good people, they are highly qualified. It's just that they've been subjected to not so good a leadership system, that's all. They've been there doing all the work all the time. And they have been indeed one of the, let me just take you back. Under Thuli Madonsela, Public Protector was highlighted as one of the leading institutions. The very same staff members who are there now were there. So it's possible.
What, in your view, is the one essential quality that you need to be an effective public protector? One.
Humility,
And you think you have that?
definitely.
I see. What do you understand under the principle of legality? What does that mean?
Well, there's been a debate in the courts between administrative action and the principle of legality. So the courts have tended to use the principle of legality when they deal with the executive power, and then administrative action when you deal with PAJA. But I think there's been a bit of a confusion there. But basically, the principle of legality is about, you acting within the laws, within the spirit of the laws, within the spirit of the Constitution. And then the courts will then have to decide. So let's say, for example, you take Section 181 of Chapter 9. It says all these bodies must act without fear, favor, and prejudice. So in terms of the legality principle, you'll check whether is their conduct in line with those. So there have been a number of judgments which have basically outlined the principles of legality to basically test and review decisions or conduct in the exercise of public power to a large extent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions, and I have saved 3.5 minutes, which Mr. Horn can have.
All right, we'll look at that. Honorable Morton.
Thank you, Chair. Dumela Advocate Tipen.
Again,
So you just confirmed earlier on that you turned 60 years this year.
yes.
And if you become the successful candidate and get appointed this year, by the time you finish your term, you'll be 67.
Yes.
And I'm not saying this because I suffer from ageism or anything, but do you have a comment on that?
Yes. There's a need really to ensure that, we encourage future leaders of the country. We promote young people as much as we can, and that's what we are committed to, because they are the future. However, you cannot also not discount extreme situations, like here now. The public protector is really in trouble, and you need people who are experienced, who know what to do in order to turn things around. You cannot leave this institution in young people who have no experience simply because you want to be nice. We have to think about the interests of the country and our people. So tough times calls for tough measures. But if I become public protector, I will need to make sure that we groom as many young people as possible to be the next public protectors, because we need to start lowering the age limit. You know, when I worked at the commission, most commissioners were old, retirees, and we do need young people with energy and vibrancy.
No, thanks. So going to your CV, I noticed that in 2018, you completed your LLM. And you focused on the corporate funding of political parties. And I'm going to quote what you said on your thesis, that the recent conduct in the country regarding unregulated corporate political spending, which lacks transparency and often excludes shareholder and stakeholder involvement, has led to allegations of state power manipulation, abuse of state resources, and corruption by corporations that fund political parties and activities. This was 2018. Would you say this was triggered by the CR17 campaign, which was had allegedly raised 1.2 billion for Mr. Ramaphosa during the Nazareth conference?
No, unfortunately not. It was triggered by the case we had around Paya, that who reports and why. And the view was that political parties control a lot of power, and they can be manipulated, and they must then be subject to Paya. And I'm glad the Constitutional Court made the ruling. Actually, when I was writing my last page, the Constitutional Court ruled that Paya is unconstitutional because political parties cannot declare. So that was really that about how do we ensure the values of the Constitution, transparency, responsiveness, and whatever. That was really the main thing. But secondly, when you look all over the world, there has been regulation of corporate political spending. I mean, look at now what happened last year. Glencoe was fined $2 billion for bribing magistrates, judges, presidents all over the world. So the corporates are very powerful, and they need to be regulated, because we are saying that our constitution is supreme, so everybody must be held accountable. Okay. So that's really, for me, the essence of why there must be regulation. Everybody must be regulated. We cannot have political parties getting monies on the side without us as a public not knowing. We are voting for you because we think you are, but now we're not aware that behind you there is some other billionaire behind you who's telling you what to do. It's happened all over the world.
That's fine. So while you were the CEO of South African Human Rights Commission, were there instances where you felt there was undue political influence? If so, can you describe these instances and how you responded to them? And if you can just give us practical and specific instances, because this is extremely important for us to note.
Yes. Oh, sorry, you had an example. Okay, sorry, I thought you were like ask me to respond.
Do you think there was undue political influence? If so, can you give us instances and how you responded to those?
Well, let me put it like this. We're very clear staff members. We'll do our work without fear or favor or prejudice. And there's nothing in my record at the Human Rights Commission which will show that I ever departed from that. Now, of course, commissioners, the first batch of commissioners, if you recall, they all had to have 2/3 majority. So none of them had. So all of them came from different political parties. So they will bring their views there. So when we make recommendations, they say yes or no, that's fine, but we're very clear, we will not. So one cannot discount that an individual commissioner can try to bring his own views or perspective. But what matters is the outcome. So in my term as the CEO of the Human Rights Commission, we never at once took a decision which went against the values of we shall do our work without fear, favor, or prejudice.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm still good on time. So one of the roles of the public protector is to remain accessible to the public, ensuring both the broader public and influential societal groups are catered for. During your tenure as the CEO of SAHRC, AfriForum launched several cases, even challenging the binding powers of the SAHRC. How would you describe the relationship with AfriForum?
Well, we're very clear as a commission, at least as a CEO, that all South Africans are our shareholders. And we must dispense our mandate to them regardless of who they are and how they relate to us. So yes, AfriForum did raise a number of concerns about us. They went to the UN and said we're racist. We didn't care about those. If they come to us with a genuine complaint, we'll deal with it. That was our motto and our vision. And we've never departed from that. That's why under my term, the Commission was never taken to task for making a decision which is unfair and unjust. Under my term. But there were before, you asked me a question before. When I joined the Commission in 2017, there was a court case where the former chairperson, Advocate Mshwana, had made a finding clearing Mr. Fransman of Western Cape. And when I saw this thing, I said, hell no, this is wrong. And we said, we're not going to oppose this matter. It's wrong. And we don't subscribe to this kind of things. I hope I've answered the other question about whether there has been. That was a clear case because we do not understand why. The second one was the case of Mr. Masuku from the former head of COSATU International Relations Center. When we made that finding, we were actually called by Advocate Mshwana to say, well, it's not the decision of the Commission, we won't support it. We said, no, it's our decision. We went to court, won in the High Court, lost in Supreme Court, then we won the Constitutional Court. And Masuku and COSATU had to apologize. So under my term, we stick to the rules of the Commission.
Now, Advocate, I see you have served in the George Soros Foundation as a board member.
Yeah.
Would you agree that those foundations are used by billionaires as puppets to advance certain political agendas?
To be honest,
And just let me just go to the next one. And what is your view about the Office of the PP fundraising from such organizations such as the Open Society Foundation? So those are the two questions. I'm just worried for time.
well,
If you can just summarize it before Chairperson stops.
we are required to be independent and do our work without fear or favor. So we must be careful as to whom we get money from. So when I was approached to be on the board of George Soros, I did feel a bit uncomfortable, but I saw the kind of work they were doing. But after some time, I resigned. I walked away. Because I was really uncomfortable as to how some decisions were being made. And I did resign.
And your view about PP's office fundraising?
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to Advocate Panyane. My first question actually builds up on what President Bank asked you. I assume that considering you serving our government you consider it as a calling, not as a career. Therefore, given the fact that you have changed job for so many times, will dispute the fact that if I put to you that you are a job hopper, motivated by a desire for personal growth, as opposed to serve our people? That's my first question.
I will dispute that. I was not allowed to give reasons as to why I kept on changing jobs. First of all, when I finished law school, I was very clear, I won't work in corporate. I've always worked in public service. The university, the NGOs, I've never worked in corporate. So I'm saying my work in public service has actually equipped me for this job, that I'm a committed public servant. So if you look at my CV closely, I've always been working for the public. It's not about job hopping. I'm now a chief director from level 16 to level 14 in the judiciary.
No.
If you call it job hopping, then I don't know what
That's fine, I get your answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the focus areas of South African Institute for Responsive and Accountable Governance is good governance itself. Therefore, how do you consider or how do you envisage restoring not only the public perception and trust in the office of the public protector, but also the lacking accountability system that contributed to the Section 194 inquiry? Thanks.
If I may just go back to the 5 points, I remember them now. It's intelligence, humility, courage, trustworthiness, and discipline. Look, it's all about good corporate governance. As a corporate lawyer, institutions stand and fall in terms of how they're governed. The same thing applies to political parties. So clearly, with my experience of being a leader, even though at an executive level, corporate governance is very important. We need to get people. So basically, all these values here, which I've mentioned about leadership, I expect all these values to be manifested by all the people I work with. To commit yourself to the public, to protect the public of this country, and do your work as effectively and efficiently as possible. So we need to make sure that we have got good governance systems, which will encourage people to do well, and also dissuade people from doing bad, and also insist on consequence management if things don't happen properly. I remember being accused by former chair of not having sufficient consequence management commission, but it's fine.
Okay, my last question, Chair. The poor majority of our country and the most vulnerable who should be protected by this office don't know about the office itself. They only know the public protector himself or herself. For example, if our communities see a councillor, then they will immediately see service delivery. They will actually ask for issues of water provision and all the services that actually the councillor has to provide. But there's a different case with public protector. What do you think you can bridge that gap so that people know exactly why this office exists?
No, thanks for that. You know, every time I became the CEO of the commission, it was trouble. Trouble. And every time we come up with a new strategy to say we need to restore public trust. Now, at the commission, in my last 5 years, we raised the media value of the commission to 400 million rand. And small as we were. So we need to build awareness of the public on us by all means necessary. Media is very important, but all other stakeholders. And we've done it before. If you look at the history of the commission, you will realize that we're rating much higher than any other chapter 9 in terms of awareness due to our media coverage. Every week we're in the media. Good stories, not negative stories. So it's something which I will have to infuse. We'll call a press conference and say, comrades in the media, how do we work together for the good of South Africa? Go to NGOs and say, comrades, how do we work together? That's why in my motivation I said, one of the things I want to do there is to establish a whistleblower protection unit in public protector to encourage all whistleblowers to come and work together and fight the scourge of corruption in our country.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Chair.
No, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Dumela Advocate Panyani. Kitsuhile. Now, in response to the question of the key challenges our country faces, you clearly state that here the key challenges the country is currently facing are corruption and abuse of public power and public resources, which certainly threaten our constitutional democracy, the protection and promotion of human rights. And I found in my own thinking that you did not appreciate and acknowledge the socio-economic aspect of it. I want to hear from you, Advocate Penyane, because these are structural challenges. What elements, according to you, need to be changed to ensure structural transformation in South Africa and the role that can be played by the public protector in this regard?
Thank you. I was head of research for 8 years in the Human Rights Commission, and my mandate was to monitor socioeconomic rights. Every year we send questionnaires. So I'm very much familiar with issues of socioeconomic rights. But since I had a page, I had to highlight what was one. So if you look at corruption, the Constitutional Court has explained the impact of corruption, Moseneke, that Cameroon, that corruption is one of the biggest threats to our country because it has got many manifestations. It undermines socioeconomic rights, it undermines social cohesion, it undermines service delivery, it undermines everything. So it's basically like a virus. And therefore, if we kill that, then the other issues will then get a lift. Moseneke says, corruption deprives our economy of monies which are required to uplift social services like health, housing, potholes and stuff like that. That's why I put corruption there, because it captures the essence of everything. So I did not forget socioeconomic rights. I'm a socioeconomic rights person myself for 8 years. I've written many things around socioeconomic rights. So in terms of the structural changes, which you have referred to, definitely, I think we've got a good constitution. We have good laws. The prevention and combating of corruption, many more issues. The challenge really for me is how we implement those things. But two, how do we hold those in power to account? Maybe we have to look at the parliament itself. How does parliament hold those in power to account? And what kind of systems do we need? Because Alco has already made a clear decision on that one. But really it's ensuring that we are able to hold those in power, private and public, to account. Because at the end of the day, it's all about us. The private sector is using our national resources. So they must also be held accountable in some ways. So for me, really, apart from the issue of making sure that Parliament does its work, then the Chapter 9s. We also have to look at Chapter 9s. I think there's a need for another Kala Asmal review here, to look at this body to say, exactly where are we? Are we getting value for that? Because they are some of the main drivers. These are bodies which have been established to strengthen our personal democracy. So you don't really have, even by structure, you mean broad things, you don't really have much to do other than what I've said. But we need to ensure that the structures we have do work and do deliver. But also review Chapter 9 institutions. I think there are too many. Some of them are not doing such a good job, and we can see how we can make them more effective. Parliament as well, and also how we hold executive to account, and whom we appoint in those positions. It's also very important.
Okay. You were speaking about holding departments accountable and issues of resources. Now, the Office of the Public Protector, like any other institution, does not have resources in abundance. You will be required, obviously, to prioritize resources and investigations. Which types of problems will you prioritize, and what impact will they have?
Well, having been there for many years, coming to this committee complaining about money, I think it's also important for all of us to really learn to use what we have maximally and effectively before we start saying we want more money, because there's also a lot of wastage in public service that we need to do. But secondly, we really need to work together much more effectively. So, for example, if government was cooperating, we'll probably reduce the caseload of public protector by half. There'll be less complaints about wrongdoing in government, and therefore we can use those resources elsewhere. But to come directly to your question, at this point in time, in terms of prioritizing of the public protector, we really need to hit corruption, maladministration very, very hard. It takes the soul out of our people when they see people just getting away with wrongdoing, potholes, hospitals without beds, schools with broken windows. It really discourages people. This was the country which we fought for. So I think as a public protector, we have to protect the people. And we need to protect the people from the biggest threat facing them, which is corruption and maladministration. The others can come later. But that, I think, for me, if you look at the level of corruption, we're losing over 50 billion rands a year. People are going to bed without food, no proper schools because of corruption and maladministration. But also, of course, uncaring civil servants. You go to a police station, I won't say anything. You go to a hospital, I won't say anything. But those are what we need to sort out. You are saving the public. That's why Public Protect has a mandate to deal with acts of omission which cause harm to the people of this country.
My last question, probably in cases of pressing high-profile cases and multiple community complaints, how will you strike a balance of resource allocation?
Yes, if you're running a company, you must make sure all your shareholders are happy. And so we do need to find a balance. The high-profile cases are important in setting a precedent, but they should not be our main preoccupation because we're not the only players in the field. Government is supposed to be doing its work. Parliament is supposed to be doing its work. So we're like a catalyst, So we need to be and we're all very small. So we need to see what we can do. But I think for me, the public protector must be a home for the voiceless who have no power to go elsewhere. That should be the focus, because if we lose that support, we have no country. The principle of constitutional law is that governments are formed to protect people and enhance their happiness. And therefore, we need to get the people happy. Then if we get people happy, then those people can also put pressure on all other systems. But if people are unhappy, they switch off. That's why you have such a low voter turnout. So the PP is very crucial in that space to get South Africans, ordinary South Africans, to believe that if they bring a complaint, something will happen. If they see a corrupt police officer, something can happen. A corrupt councillor, something would happen. And our people are losing hope in the Republic, and it's very unfortunate.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Tipanyane. How are you?
Fine,
At this point,
I've got my memory back now.
Mr. Tipanyane, when I look at your CV and you refer to academic articles, etc., it's quite clear that you have a solid academic foundation, and your CV also speaks to long years of service as the accounting authority. What I do not see, and I want you to react to that statement, is any real experience in investigations, in finding facts, and then applying the law to it, which, as it turns out, is a crucial component of the role of the public protector.
Okay. It's written all over my CV, the investigation. However, let me be a bit more specific. When I was the head of the commission, in charge of the commission, I had a Mr. Wang Jones, who's quite famous. He was one of our lead investigators. We did the Andres hearing, we did the Alexander hearing. All those things came via me. So as a public protector, I have to make sure that I appoint people who do proper investigations, and my legal argument will ensure that we don't write silly reports which will then be taken on review. But I'm also a lawyer. I've done pupillage, so I've done research. 8 years of research. That's massive investigation. How do we determine that there's been a violation? The Kwalani case was actually led by me. I instituted that case commission, said we make a findings. So all my investigators at the commission, including all court cases, have to come via the office of the CEO for approval. So I have to read the reports and say, yes, go for it, no, don't go for it. Then I recommend to my commissioners. So I don't see any problem at all with, public protector has got a number of investigators. I decide whether there's a violation or not. I've been with that at the Human Rights Commission. Actually, to put it differently, the work of the Human Rights Commission, to a large extent, is a mirror image of the work of the public protector. So if we have been investigators by excellence, we can do it as well. It's just a matter of shifting human rights and putting something else in terms of Public Protectors Act as well. But also, just to make it funny, I have a BSc in biology and chemistry, and I spent 4 years in labs looking through microscopes, spanning chemicals. That's investigation, and with the results. So actually, I have two types of investigation:
Okay.
science and law.
Yeah, thanks. That was not exactly what I was looking for, but it would nonetheless be good to know that you will also be able to do biological investigation. So the law is not an exact science. And it will invariably happen that when the public protector investigates weaknesses in the law, might be found, and even the situation, given that the law is not an exact science, where interpretation of the law will be necessary. What, if any, is the authority of the public protector to firstly interpret law?
Thank you. You are bringing two examples, actually, that when we investigate as a public protector, and write reports, which are now subject to judicial review. It means we must be a bit smart ourselves by already influencing the law, interpretation, and whatever, and hope, therefore, the courts will agree with us or disagree with us. But at the end of the day, it's all about the building of jurisprudence. And this is what we did at the Human Rights Commission. When we took the case of Twelani, we lost in the Supreme Court. And we said, no, we're not going to accept this thing. Now we produced Twelani and Masud. Those are the leading judgments in this country as far as constitutional issues are concerned. So in the same manner, that mindset must be taken to the public protector, that we are the first entry in terms of interpreting all the laws which fall under us, whether it's RECA, whether it's PAMA, whether it's Executive Members Act, anything, because we are the ones who must make a finding. And so, as I was saying, I mean, in a strange way, the mistakes which public protector has made before have helped. I think there is no other country in this world which has as rich jurisprudence on public protector than us, due to the mistakes, but now we're benefiting. So we need to be mindful of that. And my colleagues were saying that we should also ask for LPC to allow public protector to have the same status as Human Rights Commission, where his lawyers can also, be recognized and be able to take matters themselves, to defend our matters in court instead of going to outside advocates when we know exactly what is going on. That's what the Human Rights Commission has been doing. So we can influence the gray areas of the law. And as you rightly put, I mean, some of us get very worried when you go to CCMA. You don't know the outcome. Now High Court, you are still not sure. Now Supreme Court, you are still not sure. Then Constitutional Court, yes, maybe. So the law is uncertain, but it's about how we interpret and how we develop it. And I think we in public protection need to be mindful that apart from the work we're doing, we also have to contribute to jurisprudence as far as our mandate is concerned.
Okay, so and if I make the statement that the Human Rights Commission is primarily tasked to build a culture of human rights and to defend and protect everybody's human rights, whilst the public protector, as a consequence of the famous Concord finding, make remedial action which stands until set aside, how does that influence your answer? How does the duty of the public protector to apply the law as it stands differ from when the Human Rights Commission is building a culture of human rights?
Well, let me say, before I get to this question, the Human Rights Commission builds a culture of human rights. Public protector builds a culture of accountability and respect and a good administration. That's what we need to build in this country going forward. But coming to your point, it's what I was saying, that we need to be very careful as public protector how we write our reports, knowing that they are the first entry into the legal system if they get taken on review. So if you look at those reports, certainly they could be better. They must be written better, because I don't think people there understand that they actually contribute to jurisprudence. It's not just making a finding. So we must write those things properly. We must do proper research, have a research unit in the public protector to ensure that we are doing the right thing. So we need to put a little bit more effort in the understanding interpretation of our acts, and not wait for the courts to tell us that we're out of order and then we pay costs.
Okay, so my last question. I was donated.
No, sorry, it started at 10:24, now it's 10:32. He has I've allocated 3 more minutes from Honorable Brandenburg.
Thank you. So my last question or line of questioning turns on the, let's say the balancing of the differences between the executive authority and the accounting authority. So you left the Human Rights Commission because the then chair, Mr. Mushwana, felt that you overreached into the authority of the executive authority. I have a sense that that was underlying to your latest departure at the Human Rights Commission as well. If you become the public protector, how will you prevent from, while you're the executive authority, trying to be the accounting authority as well?
As they say, you learn from king painful experiences. They make you wiser. A wise man learns from the mistakes of fools. So I've been in this battle of corporate governance, who's who. It's a problem not unique to the human rights community, it's a problem which applies right through political parties government. And having been there, and that's why one of the reasons why I went to law school to do an LLM in corporate law, just to understand, because, there's better sense of corporate governance. That's what you learn. There has to be a clear division between the board and management. Management should know its role, the board should know its role. Now, I can say one thing with all the courage. I have never interfered with powers that belong to me, that don't belong to me. I'll tell my commissioners, I'm here to implement those powers. It's a perception because I'm very vocal and I express myself very strong. If I disagree with it, I'll disagree with it, but I'm not undermining. I've never been charged with insubordination anyway because I respect it because of its importance. The moment you mess up with that, you mess up with the organization. So I'm very, very particular about that. We're dealing with a case now in SABC where a board member was alleged to have interfered. I'm in the governance committee. We're dealing with that matter. We're very clear. We will not tolerate the undermining of corporate governance. It's a killer virus to any institution.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Honorable Vessels, I've allocated you 3 more minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me start with a complaint by a staff member or by staff members that was lodged against you whilst you were the CEO at the Human Rights Commission, and that followed assault by members of the Black Land First movement on yourself, and the complaint had to do with those staff members alleging that you brought the South African Human Rights Commission in disrepute. And although you were cleared of any wrongdoing, my question is, you spoke earlier that happy staff members is very important. It's clear that it's important that the leadership of the staff and the Office of the Public Protector is a very important role and aspect. Would you not say that the complaint of that nature by staff members attested to some kind of problem that staff members had with you, that there was trust deficit between you as accounting officer and staff?
The answer is a big no. However, let me explain. In any institution, there'll always be bad apples. That we know. And you have to accept that. There'll be bad apples. And we deal with them accordingly. They'll make noise, whatever they want. Now, going to the case of BLF, Honorable Horn, we're actually discussing with BLF about the case we were having against them for hate speech. There was a complaint, and I was called by Boang Jones to come and help him there. Now, clearly, these guys had their own agendas. They came with cameras and whatever. They began insulting us, saying that we are serial lapdogs and whatever. Because I knew already what they were up to. And I told my chairperson that, you know what? We must try by all means never to find ourselves embroiled with BLF, because we know the agendas. But anyway, they began insulting us. Said, okay, fine, meeting is over. We called security. Please take these guys out. Then when some members came, that's when they began swearing at us. They swore at insulted me in my mother's private parts. I put my hands behind my back like this. Never did anything. I was assaulted by a woman on my shoulder. I was insulted. We did nothing. They took cameras, they took pictures, and then they took my spectacles. And then they went into a lift. And then I said, Wang, please help. I cannot be seen doing anything. And then Wang said, bring the CEO's spectacles. They threw the spectacles on the floor, then we picked them up. Then I was charged for that, for bringing the organization into dispute. So they went to cameras and stuff like that. So that was untrue. However, when I was the CEO for the first time in 2005, I encouraged staff members to form a union. When I came back in 2017, if you recall, some members have written to this parliament saying that they're unhappy with the commission. So when I got there, I found the staff members are basically taking over the organization. Now you can't have that as a CEO. So I said, guys, we must do things properly. So it's those staff members who were unhappy with the change. They did all sorts of things. In 5 years, I was taken to CCMA 6 times, never lost a single case. There were anonymous complaints, public protector of corruption, which never saw the light. So we understood it's the nature of work, and you must deal with those issues and isolate them. But I can assure you, now, as you will see, any complaint from extra members, they have an opportunity to say, don't appoint this guy, he's a bad guy. I would love to see that. So I will stay by the commission. I have led the commission with integrity. And I know my staff members love me. Now, I'll give you an example. Since I left in May, the commission, 17 staff members have resigned from the commission. How do you explain that?
Okay, let me stop you there. You are very proud of your track record at the commission.
Yes.
Is there anything that you would have, in your tenure, done differently?
Yes. I would have sensitized my principals about the importance of corporate governance. I do understand, because the Human Rights Commission Act does not really make very clear delineation. So, for example, in terms of the Act, the CEO appoints staff members. Commissioners think they must appoint staff members. So we can't deal with them. So, okay, fine. For senior managers, we will interview and recommend you appoint. You recommend for appointment. But in law, we are the ones who sign, just to try and balance. So I think if you appoint, even for public protector, people who understand the importance of corporate governance and the divide between management and the board, allowing, of course, at the end of the day, the board is the one who makes decisions. So as staff members, you carry out decisions of the board. But if the board then tries to start interfering in management, that's where things go wrong. And it's very simple. You find some people are now talking to one staff member or union there, and then all hell breaks loose. So it's very important. Look at the complaints about gender commission, the fights in public protector between Mushwan and his previous deputy chairperson, and the current fights now. It's all about people not respecting the rules of corporate governance. Stay in your lane. You are the boss. You instruct, people account to you. So why then do you want to go and do what other people are doing? What are you paying them for? So it becomes fruitless and wasteful expenditure under PFMA, if truth should be told.
Okay.
Sorry.
Fine. Thank you. Let's come to something that has bearing also and that you would have experienced at the Commission as well. But with the Public Protector, it is a cause of concern as well, where state organs do not implement remedial action. How will you deal with that?
No, thanks. I've seen that, in the reports of the
be, how do you make corporate to account, and what informs that posture? Probably I won't, then I'll ask other questions, if you may, through you, Chair.
It has been a difficult one, but if you read section 17 and 21 of the Prevention and Combating of Corruption, that private sector is also involved in corruption with the public. So even though the public protector does not have a direct mandate on private bodies, but those private bodies which enter into business and become corrupt, we can go after them because we are mandated to look over section 1721. That's one. Two, the Act says we must deal with organs of state which do not do their work. So the state is here to protect all of us. So if the state does not pass laws which hold the corporate sector accountable and run after guys who pollute our rivers, then we'll go after the state. You know, as they say, sometimes you must hit the dog, that his master will come. And that's what we need to do. We hit government departments which are supposed to regulate and control the private sector. It's our mandate. The role of government is to protect everybody, including private sector, is to pass laws. The Companies Act is a government act dealing with companies. So there's already a regulative mechanism. So what has been the problem is that due to the weakness of the states and other things, we are not able to use our powers fully to hold those bodies to account. Thirdly, we've got a friend in the Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission has its work properly. It's got a mandate which extends to the private sector.
Okay.
So we can say, comrades, please go after those guys.
Thank you. Before I become a dog, on a lighter note, but probably I like the way you explain this and the rationale that informs your statement. I will just ask this question that who cut the card in terms of the PP and all that. I know that in terms of the Constitution, it talks about the appointment and also the removal. It's very silent on that. Who cut the card? And what's your view and a posture on that?
Thank you. First of all, I must apologize to SPCA by using a very bad example, but the story was really that I'm not supporting cruelty to animals, so I apologize profusely for that. Who guards the guards? The public protector is accountable to Parliament. We must report, you can remove us, you can give us monies or you can cut monies, number one. That's the first level of accountability. But for me, the most important level of accountability is the people of this country, the taxpayers. So we in the public protector must all the time appreciate that we are accountable to the people of this country. We have been trusted with this power to protect them using the powers we have. And we should not be arrogant. That's where humility comes in, humility. That if we are humble enough to appreciate that we're actually here to serve the public and we're accountable to them. When I was at the commission, I would say, guys, we go anywhere, we must ask people, what do you think of us? Now, see, no, guys, remember, corporate law, these are our shareholders. You cannot run a company and disrespect your shareholders. You will crash. So in the same manner, we need to get this clear in the heads of every member of the public protector. We are accountable to the people of this country, although we go through that janji there, but ultimately it's those people whom are accountable to.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Advocate. Just picking up from a question that has been asked by my sister here, Honorable Klape, around socio-economic standing of SA, of South Africa, and also a high level of expectation from the PP's office. I don't want to have to say it an individual. Can you make a specific example with your 10-point plan that you promise that you do have it in your back pocket? What a strategic vision that you have that you are going to employ to ensure that you transform the institution to have a very appreciative turnaround time, and also I'll couple with that one how you do employ the technology, noting that we are two countries in one. There are those ones who are affluent in terms of capabilities and network and connectivity, and also using the IT. And you did indicate that you've got a very good rapport with your stakeholders. The only stakeholder that you didn't acknowledge are the people that are disadvantaged, the rural and the poor. Hence my question, because those are the ones that also tend to be marginalized in terms of what is expected to be provided to them. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Technology is the future. In the Commission, 3 years ago, we actually held a conference on 4IR and its implication for human rights. But having said so, the SDGs are very clear as well, that no one should be left behind. So we should never forget, we're proposing at some point in time that we must make internet a human right so that at least nobody gets left behind. The state must provide free internet. Then we'll address that issue. But so up until that happens, we do need to be mindful that, we serve a country which is very diverse, rural areas. I grew up in Lesotho for some time, so I know what happens. Even when you go to KZN, sometimes there's no cell phone connection. So you ask yourself what happens. So we do need to bear that in mind. And as I was saying, that, we need to have a mindset that all South Africans, including AfriForum, are shareholders of this company. And we must treat them with respect, and we must take care of them because we need their support. We are using their taxpayers' money in any case to do this work. We get paid high salaries to do this work. So we must not leave anyone behind. And as I was saying earlier on, one of the things that we need to be clear as the public protector is to embrace all those principles, National Development Action Plan, such as SDGs, to make sure that we take care of the voiceless. When I said voiceless, I also meant those in far-flung areas. I mean, one of the things we're looking at now at OCJ is that, how many South Africans have access to a court? How far is a court, a magistrate court, to most people? So what do we say about justice? So those are some of the things we need to address. So any structural changes or strategies has to put that as one of our top areas so that we get South Africans. Because without the support of ordinary South Africans, there is no PP, whether we like it or not. We'll just become a white elephant or maybe black elephant, white, gray, or yellow elephant, to be politically correct. So that is very important. But we cannot also ignore technology because that makes us efficient. We need to make sure we have a shorter turnaround times. I had people complain that, the larger complaint IP, and 4 years they haven't had anything. We can't have that. South Africans must believe that when they come to the public protector, they will get service. We must change our system. So even if we don't have enough money, we must partner with everybody, from media, government, NGOs, and whatever. And as I was saying, for me, I really want to push the issue of supporting whistleblowers. There are many whistleblowers in our country at all levels, under traditional leaders, under councillors. And if those people realize that their mandate is to ensure a better future for our country, and by voicing out, they'll be helping us, then those are my fan club, if I may say, who I'll need to make sure that we become the public protector I said we can become. Okay. And then maybe I'll come here and say, right, we are indeed the best public protector.
Thank you very much. I guess we are done.
Is there my 8 minutes over?
Yes, your time is up.
That's not fair. Thank you very much. I
Honourable
need to have,
Mananiso.
somebody to give me 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and welcome, Advocate Tipanyane. I'm very pleased in terms of how you've been responding on issues, and as a person who's actually identifying himself as a public servant. So I heard that Honorable Lesoma asked you about the issue of stakeholders relations, and I don't think you have touched on in terms of what she has asked on the issue of innovations that you will bring in to ensure that there's strong stakeholders relations. So can you just give us more in terms of what is it that you will do better than the previous public protectors?
Well, one is to, in 2008, when we appeared before the Kara Asthma, the Commission had 65% public approval rating because of what we're doing. And the lessons learned from there can be replicated. What is crucial for the next public protector is to get a buy-in for all the people of our country, including the marginalized people, women, people with disabilities, they must see the public protector as their public protector. So we need to change our strategies, how we communicate, and really make them feel. Because remember, South Africans are very funny people. If I complain once, I don't hear from me, I don't complain again, then I just walk away. So we need to get these people back to say, here we are here to serve. So we'll have all sorts of interventions, communications, going out there, public outreach, jumping on the back of other government departments, going there to say, here we are served. One other thing which I'll do now that you're pushing it.
Sure.
Every year, public protector should go out to the people and say, here we are. What we have done. What do you say? So there must be that engagement. And actually what I'm saying is not you. If you look at the CRL Commission Act, it says at the beginning of their term, there must be a national consultative conference. At the end of the 5-year term, they must go back and say, this is what we've done. That's accountability. So we can't be chasing accountability elsewhere, and we are not accountable. So we must be accountable to our clients, to our shareholders, the very same people. Have we done a good job or not? Maybe even have the public to score us and say, A, B, C. I see they score ministers, not parliament. Score us and say, how are we fed? And we must fix that. But as I was saying, for me, the fundamental issue that we, with our humility, we have to believe that we are here to serve the people, number one. 2, we must be trustworthy to the people. 3, we must be disciplined in carrying out our mandate. 4, we must act with courage. 5, we must be smart. They're our shareholders, we need them. You can't run a company and diss your shareholders. Your share value will plummet to 0. So just because we don't have share value and we don't know whether it is plummet, maybe it is plummet, we don't know. So we need to find ways of ensuring that our share value is up here among Chapter 9 institutions, not just here, but actually globally. I think we can be the best public protector in the world if we do the right things.
All right.
And have a very high share value.
Okay. Advocate, when you responded on the issue of why are you fit for this particular post, you spoke that Parliament at times appoint incompetent people. So do you have any story to share with the country in terms of one of the institutions that you think that parliamentarians have appointed incompetent person? Just one.
Well, they say actions speak louder than words, so you can tell. Whom you appointed and what is the outcome. Then it means, hey, something went wrong somewhere. But, this one, at least I know it was public. In 2016, when I was not there, the staff of the Human Rights Commissioners, I'm told, wrote to the Portfolio Committee, and they say, we don't want this commissioner and this commissioner back. We are sick and tired of them. So that's an example. But, one does not have to go that far. You can tell or assess the quality of the appointments made by Parliament by the outputs of those people. Unless maybe halfway they got hijacked elsewhere. But if there's no hijacking, it means you made a bad appointment. And accept it and remove them.
Okay. Chair, as you spoke, you...
Oh, sorry, one more last thing. Sorry, I forgot to say this. You see, one thing that concerns me is that when we come to the Portfolio Committee, normally it's the staff members who get grilled more than the principals. Now, if I was a public protector, I would love to come here and be questioned by the Portfolio Committee, what have I done as a public protector? Not the clean audits and other things. Where's my leadership? So we must have a new assessment sheet. What are the values? The 5 points. Public protector. Where is humanity, intelligence, trustworthiness, discipline, and courage? If you don't, then it means, Chief, half time, yellow card, please go home. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for taking a minute.
I want to give you an opportunity, Advocate, to tell the country one story that you think when you are an executive in any of the public space, that story will still carry till to date in terms of saying, this is what I've brought as one of my brainchild, and this is what it is because of me. What is that story that till today you feel that you can tell everybody to know that if you appoint me, then going to get this?
In less than 2 minutes.
There are many, but there are many, but I'll highlight one. So when John Twalani writes an article equating gay marriages to marrying a goat, the matter came to the commission, and because of the mood at that time, people were not sure what to do, and I was upstairs. Next thing I hear that there are people outside who have marched to the commission because we're delayed. So I said, guys, what is going on here? Why can't you make a decision? They were still divided. So I said, okay, fine. If I go down there, I want one commitment, that regardless of our confusion in the commission, we're going to take this matter to court, win or lose. We took it to court. We were insulted by many people. Fundamental Christians were bringing wrong values. I remember I was asked, Chief, your father and grandfather were ministers of religion. What is going on here? You know, these things are, but I said, listen, I work for the Constitution, and we have to do this thing. So we went to court. Then we won in the High Court. Then Mr. Twalani becomes a South Africa's ambassador to Uganda. Then he said, damn, now, how do we sort this thing out? He applied for rescission, went to the Supreme Court. Then I'd left then. We lost in the Supreme Court. When I came back, I said, no, we're taking this matter to the Constitutional Court. That judgment will live forever of the Constitutional Court because it clarified the whole notion of equality, which is a core value of our Constitution, as well as accountability, as well as responsive governance, as well as transparency. So that will stay forever in the history of our jurisprudence.
Okay.
And it was me alone.
Yes, the time is up, 10:53 to 11:01.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Then let me stop here.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Honorable Janji.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Tsipanyan. You can take the water in front of you. Just before we start, if you need it.
I think I'll need it.
Thank you.
From experience.
Okay. Maybe the first issue to raise with you, let's just go to the Constitution. The Constitution lists 4 principles governing the Chapter 9 institutions. Can you quickly share those with us?
Section 181.
Section 181, 2 to
And
5.
Section 182.
181, sub
those.
2 to 5.
Let's hope my memory doesn't.
If you've forgotten them, we'll skip them
Okay.
so that we don't waste time.
First one, these are independent institutions. They must do their work without fear, favor, and prejudice. Then, the organs of state must assist these bodies to ensure that they are effective, efficient, and also protect their dignity. 3, there shall be no interference by anybody in the functions of these bodies. 5, they are accountable to Parliament. I hope my memory.
Thank you. To the Constitution and the law, not Parliament.
Sorry, the Constitution.
You've mixed it.
Sorry,
But let's
Parliament.
proceed.
Parliament,
Let's
yeah,
proceed.
yeah.
Next, I don't have enough time.
Okay.
So we're going to do this, the two of us. Still in the Constitution, Section 193, which is what brought you here. It's about appointment of the public protector and other commissioners. It lists, it defines a criteria of a fit and proper person. Can you tell us what you understand as a fit and proper person?
Well, Bani Pijan used to say that,
I'll leave Bani Pijan. It's me and you now.
Well, it just means you must be a person. Actually, I'll quick answer. The 5 principles of leadership I've mentioned. In a nutshell, that's what it means. You must be a person with commitment, integrity, with knowledge and skills to be able to lead this institution. I'm just giving it a very broad.
Okay, based on that, is Tsidiso Tipanyane a fit and proper candidate in front of us here today?
I think so. With all humility.
Why?
I can.
You're frowning when I'm asking why.
No,
Why?
I'm not saying. I'm not frowning. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to see.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Well, I have never been found to harm the people of this country or the state. I've never been, I've never, acted irresponsibly in how I manage the responsibilities given to me. And my track record with NGOs, I'm highly accepted. I sit in a number of NGOs. I'm highly respected.
Let's pause there.
Yeah.
Thank you. My next point. And this is about the evolution of the Chapter 9 institution. You have, from
96.
from the onset, spoken about the Kada Asmal work and the report, which was done in 2007. Now, that report focused on how to fix these institutions, all these Chapter 9 institutions. So in 2023, we had one example where the focus was not on the institution. It was on the person occupying that institution. What went wrong?
Well, one, apart from bad appointments, I think Parliament could have done better by ensuring these things don't go out of hand. Yeah, I mean, we account every year. So if we're checking every year, we could actually have picked up this and not wait 5 years later. So what it means that we need to tighten our accountability systems over the principles of Chapter 9 institutions. For the last 25 years, we've seen all sorts of going-ins. Chapter 9, Gender Commission, Public Protector, Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. Let's pause there. I said I'm just controlling the time. You control the content. My next point, there's something called looking back and planning forward. And in the context of the public sector, we have what we call an annual report that helps us to look back, Chair, and an annual performance plan that helps us to look forward. Before you came here today, the institution that you're applying to be the head of, the Public Protector South Africa, and I want yes or no answers. Did you read the annual report of 2021-2022 of this institution?
A little bit, but I spent more time on the APP because I thought,
Did you read the APP?
a lot.
Okay. The APP, what is the budget of that office as it is going forward? Having read it. Can't be scratching your head. You said you read it.
It's around 300 million.
Because you remember you are here, you are praying to be the head of that.
Yeah,
and therefore you need to know what is it that you want to head.
It's around 300 billion rands. Also, I mean, I was attending a meeting of Treasury 2 weeks ago where they were showing us that there might be budget cuts. So I saw the budget there. So it's around there, 300 plus.
And the annual report that you said you read, what was the expenditure for 2021-2022? Having read that?
Sure.
Let's leave that.
Okay.
If you remember it, you'll come with it later.
Sorry, I didn't
because
know-
I'm managing
I didn't
my
know
time.
numbers, sure.
The chair is on me.
But they've been spending quite well. Actually, sorry, they actually exceeded. That's why they are getting an unqualified audit this year because of what happened last year. They overspent due to yourselves and other people.
Thank you. Let's pause there. But within that, you introduced, without being asked, that you have a 10-point plan.
Yeah.
And obviously, I don't know, you didn't unpack it. Yeah. I don't know what point, I don't even know a single point of that 10. Yeah. But let me ask you to give me one. As part of your plan, if you are successful in this interview, is there in that 10-point plan any plan about risk management and risk mitigation?
Yes, because
there is in your 10-point plan.
Risk cuts across everything we do.
Okay, wait. In your 10-point plan, you have risk management.
My 10th plan is actually based on.
Okay, just give me two issues that you have identified as a risk in that office that if you are successful, you would put in place.
Yeah. One, as I've mentioned earlier on, we need to reduce the amount of money we are spending on litigation. It actually has cost us an audit.
How are you going to do that?
As I was saying earlier, we need to make sure, I mean, as a public protector, when we issue this judgment, the reports, we must make sure they can stand scrutiny and survive. That's why the commission, we're very clear. We hardly ever lost cases in court because we're very meticulous. We don't want to be sued and then be hit with costs.
Okay, what's the second one?
The second one was linked again to the audit, where apparently the previous public protector spent money somewhere, living somewhere. So it means our
Okay.
supply chain people
Thank
need
you.
to make sure that they don't succumb
Let's pause
to undue
there.
influence.
Let's pause there. Let's go to the next point, which really embodies and really defines this institution. Police are known for arrest, NPA for prosecution. What is the PP known for? What comes out first?
So, being the last point, and please give us the brief answer to it.
With that, so that I can just conclude it, Chair. And so the point here is the SCA made a court order about a public protector having an open and inquiring mind into investigations. So I want you to comment on that, whether, and as part of your plan, how would you go about doing that?
That was actually the Million Guardian case, which was actually set the basis as how we
Correct.
conduct. Yeah.
Correct.
But let me
I'm glad
answer
you
the question.
remember that.
The Zondo Commission, despite all the bad things, we should never forget that Zondo Commission came through Public Protector, despite everything else. We should not forget that. And therefore we owe them something.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
You're saved by the gong.
As a public.
Right. That's, I think we've now come to the end of this session. Let me thank you very much for the time that you have given us as the ad hoc committee. Thank you very much, and we wish you well as you fly back home.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks to honorable members. And apologies to SPAC again. Thank you.
All right. All right.
I won't sleep
then
at home
take the
above the
next candidate. You can walk him out as you walk the other candidate. Thank you so much.
We have a dog, MP, so I'm going to be asked, well, you want to eat our dog?
Okay.
Yeah, on I respond to the name Tommy. I hold a BUris degree as well as an LLB from the University of the North then, and now University of Limpopo. I also hold a higher diploma in legal drafting from the University of South Africa. I am a mediator, qualified through the Law Society of South Africa, and I've been admitted as an advocate for the last 27 years, that is since the 1st of October 1996. I worked in the public service. I joined the public service formally. I'm saying formally because there are other things, public service, that one did prior to 1994. But in 1995, I was integrated into the South African Police from the ANC, and I was then given the rank of superintendent at the time in the police. That is when the non-statutory forces and the other Homeland Police and South African Police were merging together to form what we now call the South African Police Service. And in 1997, I moved on to the office of the Premier, where I was appointed as the Chief of Staff to the then Premier of the province. I stayed there for 8 years in the office of the Premier. In 2005, I then moved on to Anglo Platinum, where I was appointed as a legal officer there. But in 2011, came back to the public service, served as the special advisor to the Minister of COCTA, and later appointed in the same department as the Deputy Director General for Traditional Affairs until when the contract ended, I rejoined the bar back to practice as an advocate. Now, my practice as an advocate has exposed me to ability to process difficult cases. I hear people talk about big cases and small cases, but for me, every case that comes before me or that I have to prosecute or execute is the same, because even if, for instance, it's a delictual claim, someone is claiming 300,000, I'm giving an example of a rough claim, a road accident fund claim. Even if someone is claiming 300,000 and the other is claiming 900 million or 9 million, that amount, or that the client or the plaintiff at the time will be feeling same, irrespective of the amount of money or the injuries that one would have suffered. So for me, therefore, one has been able to deal with cases as they come, and understanding that we are now talking about the public protector. For me, therefore, before the public protector, there will not be a small or big case, important or less important case, because every complainant that approaches the public protector would be regarded as the same. We are operating within the rule of law context where, access to justice should be common to all. All are equal before the law and should feel and be seen as being equal before the law. But then, Chairperson, I also, in the career that I've outlined, also served community service. I was a national chairperson of the South African Geographical Names Council, which was processing names around the country of cities and places. And I'm sure many of you now from places with new names, Makanda, Polokwane, Mbombela, and so on. That is the legacy that one has been part of and has led in creating, because I believe that, the names of places will live with all of us to eternity. Now that some are living in the new named cities, that is a heritage that we will carry forever into the future. And I was part of that architecture. I was part of the building of that legacy. I also served in the National Heritage Council which was or is a body created by a statute within the Department of Arts and Culture, which serves to preserve and identify heritage sites, preserve those, and make sure that they are kept for the future. I also have been a trustee chairperson in the MedShield medical scheme, where, you know, as trustees, you serve to protect the interest of members of the medical scheme. It is a community service that you do, and make sure that, you know, all those who having various ailments are taken care of, and the medical scheme responds adequately. And, you know, that service, one, I believe, has executed with extreme care, and I was serving as the trustee responsible for the legal affairs of the medical scheme, and I think I executed myself well. We haven't had complaints during our term, and the medical scheme continues to serve its members. I am chairperson currently serving in the disciplinary committee of the Legal Practice Council. There we process complaints by members of the public against rogue attorneys or legal practitioners. You know, you would know that there are various complaints by various people, particularly victims of accidents against lawyers who steal or embezzle compensations from Road Accident Fund, from Department of Health, and so on. And we deal with that and recommend appropriate action by the Legal Practice Council, and in most cases is striking those kind from the role. I'm also serving in the Audit and Risk Committee of the Hertzibande College. I chose to go into a college, a TVET college, or a continuing education college, to serve there, because I believe that we need to intervene at the lowest level in creating the necessary skills and making sure that the colleges of education, the TVET colleges, as you would understand, you know, are able to produce skills that are essential for the country, because we believe that the country now needs technical skills instead, not necessarily against the academic skills as you find from universities, but I believe that we need to ensure that the production of those technical skills from colleges, practical, plumbing, and so on, those skills must be maximized. And I chose to respond to the call to join the Audit and Risk Committee there to ensure that I'm able to contribute at that level. Chairperson, I'm also...
Yes, I didn't want to cut you short.
Yes.
A lot of what you are saying now is in your CV.
Yes, yes.
And just one question from my side. Besides having been a police between 1995 and 1997, have you been exposed in any investigative work?
No, no. Let me say that the training on investigation is what I got when I formally joined or was integrated into the police services. So that's where we're trained in detective work, gathering information, interpreting the information into intelligence, and then that intelligence will then be used by visible policing to know where the crime hotspots are, and you know, use that information, that intelligence appropriately to fight crime. So that's where we are.
Thank you very much. Do you confirm the disclosures you made in the questionnaire? If yes, is there anything else that you wish to add or explain?
There is nothing more to disclose, Chairperson. All that has been disclosed is what is disclosable.
Thank you very much. So you have the opportunity with the colleagues on my right. Each colleague has 8 minutes with you. It's the opportunity for the colleagues now to ask questions. Right. I'll start with to the same order. Must I follow the same order, colleagues?
Yeah.
Agreed. All right.
I get 3 minutes every
All right. Okay, so now I will start with, you see, if I stick to the same order in terms of, not because you may, right, Makonisha may not want to come in first, for example. In that way, I will exchange it with Maina Lisoma. Honorable Lisoma? So it will be, all right, so it will be Honorable Lisoma, Advocate Bredenbach, Mota, I don't know who you want to swap with. Okay, thank you. Inkosi Mthelezi, confirmed? Confirmed. And Honorable Tape, confirmed. And Honorable Horn, confirmed. Honorable Vessels, confirmed. And Honorable Mananise, confirmed. Honorable Janji, confirmed. Janji, confirmed. Thank you so much. All right, so in that order, I start with you, Honorable Lesoma. Oh, Makwanisha, was he not? Yes, Makwanisha? All right, so Makwanisha will come in at the end. All right. Honorable Lesoma?
You know, I saw that. Chair. Chair, good morning, Advocate
Morning, morning.
Siwa. And one should appreciate that you took trouble to have an interest to serve the country. Having said that, and I've gone through your CV, equally yourself, also your good self, you would have gone through the previous AG's or Auditor General's reports around the public protector as the office, not the individual, and also issues that would have been raised there. Having said that, just quickly, we are in a situation in South Africa with limited resources, as it were, economically and socially, in terms of fiscal challenges that we have. But in your introductory remark, you made a very noticeable point for me. As a citizen with a history of activism, having served in various capabilities or capacity in government, what interventions would you employ to undertake to advance the paradigm which caps the non-compliance in government and the continued fastening in maladministration and corruption, because maladministration and corruption, they are not the same, but they look the same. And also what innovative issues or mechanisms you will employ to ensure that the turnaround expected, because it's not written anyway, expected turnaround of the public protector in terms of the issues, and also profiling of those issues, categorizing of those issues that service the citizens, general citizens, other than those who find expression or media interest or public space interest, as it were. Thank you, Chair.
The resources, I've indeed looked at the state of affairs at the Public Protector's Office. And I think the major problem is indeed funding of the Public Protector. There are various proposals that have been made regarding or with regard to improving the finances of the Public Protector. And I was myself thinking deeply about what can be done. And among the proposals that I thought I would present to the committee was that the 350 million that is being given to the public protector is definitely not adequate. But the proposal is that we may look at creating a special fund, a fund like you have with the road accident fund, for instance, where there is a special contribution by from the fuel that people are buying every day. But with the road accident fund, with the public protector, the funding could be that we say that each department, we create an anti-corruption fund or a good governance fund, depending on whether you want to be positive with the name, a good governance fund where each department can contribute, for instance, 1% of their budget into that fund, which can then fund all anti-corruption or maladministration, anti-maladministration funds, including the public protector. I know that the Zondo Commission has also proposed, that there should be a special body to fight corruption. But my sense is that that anti-corruption fund that the Zondo Commission proposed should actually be merged with the public protector somehow to ensure that the fight against corruption is consolidated into one body, and the funding is not, spread across. And because I believe that if there are so many bodies all with the aim of fighting corruption, we may find that the effort is scattered and therefore ineffective. So my proposal, firmly, regarding resources, gathering resources, consolidating, is that a special fund be created where all the departments, all the SOEs contribute a percentage of their budget into that fund to fund the war on corruption, the war on maladministration. Now, regarding cases, as I said, Honorable Member, my sense is that there is no big or small case. Whether it's a case against the president or it's a case from Tanzania by a villager from Tanzania, those cases to the public protector, they must be graded and treated as of equal weight, so that you do not fall into the default of treating cases that involve high-profile people, with agency, and then in the process marginalize those of ordinary people that are reported as complaints from the public. So you need, therefore, to give them the similar space. And as I was saying earlier, giving examples of the amount that people claim. Because the law is the same, whether it's a small case or a small claim case or big case involving a member of the executive. So for me, therefore, those cases will be treated equally. Obviously, the resources may not be equally deployed given the sizes, but I would want to see all cases from big or small persons or about big or small persons equally prioritized and dealt with. That's how I would respond to the question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I do have a view. I think I just need to register it. The Rafa example is quite a wrong and a very wrong example. And I'm sure that, and also in your mind, you are also aware of the gaps and abuse of that by the middle person in between the person that would have been affected by the accident and also the end user and also the processes that are there. But I'll leave it to you, but I think it's quite a wrong example for me, but it's my position. Chair, Section 182 of 4 of the Constitution of the Republic does say the public protector is accessible to all persons. Achieving this mandate can be challenging in some times. Also with the question that I raised, because I just want you to amplify on that one, that do you appreciate that the fiscal constraints, but you have said that the special fund, but it doesn't address this South Africa government as a country. We've got fiscal challenge in terms of disposable money that can be used, within, informed by various factors. You made an innovative one, but I want to go to the space of using the technology. Would it be the best one? I must lead you on this one.
So you will have 1 minute worth of response.
Yeah, because it's one question actually. I want him to be straight to the point, that's why.
Yes.
And you're taking my minute as well, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Member.
Can I continue?
All right.
In terms of using technology, that you've got two communities, one urban, affluent with connectivity, and all those ones who are in the rural. So when you respond, also you must be mindful of that, because they are also having their hopes to the public protector. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Honourable Member. The issue of funding, just to expatiate, I've read the reports of the Public Protector, the APP, And I see there they are also proposing that each department must pay for the investigation that are undertaken against them. Like you have the Auditor General of South Africa. If they audit a department, the department carries the expenses for that. So that's another innovation which I think I would look at, explore what is possible, and together with what I proposed of a special fund, try to match them. Now, regarding access, what the former President Beggy once said, there is a second economy and the first economy. Now, you would find, therefore, that if you focus on digitalizing access to the public protector, you may in fact find yourself marginalizing the majority of the people of South Africa in the rural areas who are not able to send information. I've seen this in the NSFAS, where students in the rural areas are even currently unable to upload their information for their appeals when appealing against the non-funding and so on, because they are in the far-flung areas in the rural areas. So that's the problem of digitalization. Now, the thinking that one has is that you need to exploit the fact that, since 1994, we now have the community radios, which are focused on specific communities. Now, I would partner with community radios, community media, and make sure that, the public protector then extends his or her reach to those communities through their community stations. But I'm also thinking that I would develop a campaign that I call Public Protector Meets the People, where the public protector will go to various provinces, organize what politicians would call imbizos, but I call it Public Protector Meets the People, where you then spend time in each province, where people then have access to the public protector directly, but also ensure that the offices in the provinces are enabled to themselves, even without the national office descending into provinces. They are themselves able to visit communities, cause those public meetings, and enable people to present whatever grievances they may have. At the same time, for the elite and those who have got access to resources, then strengthen the digital arm, where people can then submit their grievances, submit their complaints digitally without having to travel to Pretoria and so on. So there should be a balance between the rural and the poor, the rural and the urban, the poor and the rich, and all that. So that's what I will do and will be doing as the new public protector.
I'm trying to manage time.
Yes.
But it's not directed to you, it's directed to the colleagues on the right, that both the questions and the answers must be within the 10 minutes. Yeah, sorry, the 8 minutes. If you can stick to that. Thank you very much. And the next colleague, it's Bredenbach. Yes, it's yourself, Advocate Bredenbach.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Gansa.
I see that you say you're an ardent reader. What are the last 3 books you have read?
I've been reading the book on the former president, Thabo Mbeki, I know. I've been reading Malangana, the Little Sons. I'm currently reading the book by, I forget the author, but it's Takalani. It's about the life up there in the far north. And many more. But you said 3. So, okay.
What do you understand under the
principle. Principle of legality relates to the rule of law, Honorable Counsel. It relates to the rule of law that all of us are equal before the law. The law must be accessible to each and everyone, irrespective of one status in society. And the law must be seen to be fair, to be non-discriminatory, and that all of us should feel that even as it is expressed that we are equal before the law, we should all feel equal before the law. And it must be seen by others as such. Because once that is interfered with, then the confidence in the legal system dwindles, and if that is allowed to go on, then it brings chaos.
All right, well, that's problematic, because my next question is, what do you understand under the rule of law?
Oh, so I've sort of
Now, you
preempted.
told me what you understand under the rule of law, but I asked about the principle of legality.
Yes. All right. Yes. So I have already dealt with the rule of law, and I think that relates also to, I mean, the legality aspect will also refer to, the fact that once something is, or some case is introduced into the legal system, it follows that process, is not interfered with. There is no bigger person or bigger individual or bigger office that can interfere with the due processes that cases have to follow. Because, as we may have seen that in the past, or perhaps even currently, where you find that dockets go missing and so on, where bigger, people with money or bigger influence interfere with the legal process. So you would want the due processes of the law to be allowed to take their course without fear, without favor, and with no prejudice coming in and interfering with that process, with those processes.
The Constitution of South Africa says that the Republic of South Africa is founded on the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. What do you understand this to mean?
Thank you, Chairperson. Prior to 1994, we had Parliament being the sovereign lawmaker, that all the law was subject to the sovereignty of Parliament. But as we would know, that since 1994, the Constitution has become the main law. All laws are subsumed into the Constitution. As Judge Chackalson said in the Sarfu case in 2000, that all laws that we have in the country must be subject to the Constitution. Anything that is not in line with the Constitution is therefore invalid and unlawful. Even the judges, as they interpret the law, they must interpret that from the basis of the Constitution as the basis for all law. Now, that therefore underpins the rule of law, as I explained earlier, that whatever is not subject or is not in accordance with the Constitution is therefore deemed invalid and unlawful. So all such conduct that is outside the constitutional confines becomes invalid and unlawful, should anyone dare to act outside those realms.
You are hoping to be appointed to a position of leadership in an office that is very important constitutionally. The office currently is deeply divided and conflicted. How do you propose to get this office working optimally in a short space of time?
I think as a leader, you need to rally your forces to focus on the target, on the strategic objective of the office that you are dealing with. And the strategic objective or the vision of the public protector is to eliminate corruption, maladministration, and impropriety. And you need to rally all the forces around that objective. And of course, unfortunately, those not willing to be rallied around that objective will have to give way for the office to run smoothly. Now, the mandate of the public protector is very clear. Well, it is unfortunate that, as we have seen in the case of, or perhaps let me say that, as I said, that constitution reigns supreme. If you look at the case of the West...
Let me interrupt you briefly.
Yes.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay.
How are you going to fix the office?
Get staffers to focus on what is on the work at hand. Make sure that no one is distracted, no one is partisan. You know, remove the partisanship that may have been there in the past. Make sure that all are focused on the target and the strategic objective of the office, which is outlined in section 182 of the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mawute.
Thank you, Chair. Tobela, Advocate Ntse.
Shate.
Lega.
Erwan Legai.
So, on your CV, you are a member of the Audit and Risk Committee at Khersiwande, but you're also the chairperson of the Tribunal Appeals, NFSAS. Appeals Tribunal. So, given these experiences, how do you view the call by students in higher learning, higher institutions for free decolonized education?
The education, you know, I read somewhere that education, the concept of education, taking people to class, started officially around, I mean, in Finland somewhere. And the purpose was to produce workers that will be able to satisfy the employer, being the capital at the time and so on. Now, given the change of times, education must always and everywhere be responsive to the challenges of the time. We have been through colonial education. You know, me and you would have been taught about Jan van Riebeeck as the beginning of history in 1652. So we need to ensure that we teach our young people that there was life before Jan van Riebeeck, there was life before Europe came to know about other continents other than themselves. So indeed, we need education that responds to the current situation, and our youth are entitled to be taught relevantly so that they can impact on the future. So I agree with decolonization of education, relevant education, education that is responsive. I do agree.
Suppose you become the successful candidate. Can you give us, in your view, the three main or key risks that the Office of the PP is facing and how you intend to mitigate those risks?
I think, as Honorable Advocate Honorable Advocate said earlier, among others, she said it's a division of staff. So I think for us to be able to move forward, we need to deal with that. You know, raise the morale of staff, make sure that they are not distracted by particularly partisan politics, and they focus on the issue at hand. But secondly, I think it's the funding, which I've already spoken about. We need to make sure that these issues around funding are crystallized, they are discussed at the high level to make sure that the public protector is able to intervene decisively in ensuring that the work of the public protector is not disturbed. Access, as has been said, people, you know, see the public protector as this elite organization based perhaps in Pretoria, seen only on TV, So you need to make sure that you are able to reach out to the peripheral and far-flung areas of the country to make sure that the public protector has an impact and is accessed by all.
Thank you. So your last two public service roles were associated with ministerial or political offices before you went on private.
Yes.
So while you've mentioned through your correspondence that you remain committed to remaining free from party political bias if you get appointed, how would you address concerns about your prior close proximity to politicians, particularly at the senior level? And how would you manage and ensure that there's no undue influence?
Well, I found myself working in those environments, but as I said, before 1994, I worked, or 1995, I was deployed, or let me say, integrated into the South African Police Service. And in the South African Police Service, you deal with people as they come, irrespective of your political alignment in the past and all that. And for me, I've been trained as a lawyer, and I know that there are instances where you represent a particular defendant, the other day you represent a claimant who may be against the government, and the other day is the other way. So that's part of my training, to be able to act fairly, to act reasonably, to ensure that, honestly, and on all that. It's ingrained in my training. So even as I got involved in the struggle against apartheid, that was driven by that understanding that there is what is fair, there is what is unjust, there is what is not good. And therefore, that propelled me to get involved in that just struggle against apartheid. So in that context, therefore, my political alignment of the past should not in any way influence my decisions today, as like it has been demonstrated that even currently, the kind of work I do in the structures that I serve as outlined, there would obviously be different stakeholders coming from various political persuasions. But when it comes to that work, you don't look as to whether the student comes from EFF Student Command or ANC Youth League or DA students and so on. That doesn't feature at all. And
That's fine. That's fine for now.
Okay.
I'm pressed for time. So in your response to the challenges facing South Africa, one of the things you've listed, it's not the only thing, is that you've identified that you've got a problem of abuse of power by public representatives. What did you mean by that? Can you delve deeper into that and give us practical examples where you faced a situation where there was political influence, abuse of power by politicians?
I come from a rural area in Limpopo. And what I see there happening is that, well, despite the case of the, I think it's Kasak against the Ingonyama Trust, ordinary people continue to pay taxes, extra taxes, to traditional leaders. That's called levy. That is, they pay for their right to occupy or permission to occupy the land that historically belongs to them. I see that as a continuous neglect of duty on the part of government, in that particularly because there is a government, a court order, even though it's a KwaZulu-Natal court order, but the ramifications are across the provinces. So the fact that that court order is not being implemented, for me, constitutes continuous abuse of power by those who can intervene. to just make sure that rural people also can claim a piece of land and say, this is my land, I live here, I'm entitled to it, it's my ancestral land. Because most of them, they only have permission to occupy. And I've seen traditional leaders willy-nilly taking away the plowing fields, taking away the land that belongs to the people.
Okay, let's
without
pause there.
intervention.
Sorry,
The last
can I
question.
cut you now? You've gone over your time.
Have I?
Yes, by just a few seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got very few questions and a very pointed advocate. Firstly, I want to build up on a question that has been already asked here in terms of the exposure of this office to political interference. You have assured us that you are a strong person in relation to the absolute integrity that is required from the incumbent. Can you just refer us to one instance where you have proved yourself that you are strong and not easily influenced, practically? If there is. If none, that's okay.
Well, I've chaired the South African Geographical Names Council. There was an incident when the town Tzaneen was up for renaming. There were communities. And at that time, the MEC who was responsible made a pronouncement that Tzaneen will be named Mark Shopper. So that he preempted processes. And as chairperson of the committee at the time, based also in Limpopo, very close to the MEC, you know, I expressed to him that MEC, this is not the right way of doing it because you are preempting the process. By pronouncing that this town will be Mark Shopper, you are now overruling all the processes that have to be followed. And indeed, when communities met, they then reaffirmed their name, Tzaneen, and said, no, Tzaneen is an African name for a basket, and therefore it's a geographical, the landscape there resembles a basket. And they rejected, unfortunately or fortunately for the MEC, the name Mark Shopper. So I impressed upon him that it is important to follow process, irrespective of where you are in the hierarchy.
Is that the same scenario where you were requested to withdraw as the chair?
No, that one was a different one. That was
take us into your confidence in terms of that. What were the reasons that?
That was about the renaming of Makado.
Oh, okay.
So communities in that area, some were saying Makado. So the case came before us. We accepted the case, and the matter. Okay, they took the matter for review in court, and indeed the court in Pretoria, the High Court, said that the consultation process was inadequate, and the order was that we should go back and make sure that there is adequate consultation. And that was in the process of developing the jurisprudence around Section 33 of the Constitution, administrative justice, to make sure that, that, and I'm very grateful for that. So obviously those who were against the change of name were then saying, yeah, advocate must go because must step down because. Okay. But I went then back to them to explain that, look, the courts are the final arbiters. Courts are the final arbiters. We need to accept that whatever we do as administrators finally goes to the court for arbitration, and
just to test your honesty.
Yes.
In execution of any of your jobs, have you ever come to a point where you have to knowingly go against something that is permissible, and what was that?
I've never done something that was impermissible deliberately, and no, there's none.
Okay. Then my last question, Honorable Chair, how do you think you can use this office if you are given a chance to advance the agenda of our country in terms of the imbalances of the past and also addressing the socio-economic challenges that are faced by our people?
Chairperson, the concept, the apartheid on its own as a system of government was based on a corrupt system that will favor others against others. So that on its own was corruption. So the defeat of apartheid for me.
Just get to how are you going to use the office? Don't explain. Oh, okay, yeah, the apartheid and all that. How are you going to use this office to advance the agenda of the country in terms of the two issues I've alluded to?
Use the office, Chairperson, will be to, without fear or favor, without prejudice, go for any source of corruption, go against any source of maladministration, wherever it rears its ugly head, without fear or favor, irrespective of the position and influence of a particular person involved.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tlhapra.
It's for
Thank you, Chair. Adumela Ntate Nzo.
I'm
I just want to focus a bit on your questionnaire. One of the issues that you indicate that we will bring or we will do is that the contempt of or non-implementation of court orders by various spheres of government or departments shall attract unsolicited investigation, and if found, shall be deemed as maladministration. Now, we're talking here, as you've been the candidate of an institution that has struggled over the years with backlog of cases, and you want to do some voluntary work somewhere, run around for unsolicited investigations. How will you want to reduce the turnaround time of complaints, including backlogs in the OPP? And in addition, how will you achieve this without compromising the quality of reports?
Yeah. The Act, the Constitution and the Act, of course, allows the public protector to, on its own initiative, to initiate investigations, because obviously there may be instances like the one I've just referred to of the court case against the Ngonyama Trust, people paying levy and all that, not being followed up. For me, that's maladministration, but that's a discussion for another day. Now, regarding dealing with the backlog, you know, the Supreme Court rules calls for mediation as another way of resolving disputes and intervening in areas where people are not agreeing. So I'll look at mediation, you know, mediate between parties so that they attend to whatever gap that shall have been identified. Now, regarding turnaround time, this also refers to or involves the area that we refer to of funding of the public protector, which means we may have to look at increasing investigators so that the backlog, I hear that there are about, the public protector deals with about 40,000 cases a year, and we have to make sure that such cases are dealt with and finalized. Now, we may have to look at, once we resolve the issue of funding, look at bringing in more investigators, but with mediation, I believe that some of the cases can be resolved without even having to go to court, as we have seen, and you know, being through a protracted process that can be resolved by mediation. The public protector awards or remedial action are binding. Now, which means that when the public protector issues a remedial action, then there will be timeframes within which to act, and failure to act will be accompanied, obviously, by sanction, a concomitant sanction appropriate to the non-compliance. So that will be dealing with the time frame and the response times.
Right. Now, Advocate Chipanyane, what would you say is your leadership philosophy? And do you believe you have the necessary leadership skills for this position?
Chairperson, I think my track record speaks for itself. It's in my CV. I've led in various organizations and structures that I've been through. And in all instances, I know that I have done my best to be fair, to act with honesty, to avoid conflict of interest. So, in all, I believe that I'm fit and proper to take up the position of public protector and serve my country, given what I've already demonstrated in the short life that I've had in the public service and elsewhere, where I've intervened decisively. This reminds me of a situation when I was still at university. We had a problem with rape. Women, young students complaining of rape. Every weekend there would be rape. And we decided at the time, and I was chairperson of the housing committee in the SRC at Cheflop, we decided that the best way is to integrate residences, because we didn't have the necessary policing to do and so on. But if men and women could come together, they would, like they do in their homes, guard each other. The young men will guard the girls. And indeed, the crime of rape on campus reduced drastically by just integrating the residents. And of course, that prompted the renaming of the residents, because most of them were MBA for men, VF for Frowens, and so on. So in that way, therefore, some of the creative ways
The
that
chair is
one is
looking
employed.
at me as I'm interrupting. I'm trying to get your leadership philosophy, but maybe let me ask you this one. Or how would have those who have worked with you describe your leadership style?
They would describe me as fair, as equitable, as honest, and as principled.
The leadership style.
And perhaps the style then will be collective leadership, participative, yes, involving all, making sure, democratic in a way. Let me say democratic. I think that covers participation and fairness and all that. So,
Yeah, you've saved a few seconds. Thank you very much. I now move to Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, sir. You've already touched a bit on the need for impartiality and objectivity in the role of the public protector. Now, of course, we sit with a situation that in terms of our constitution, having served as 10 years as a member of parliament would also qualify somebody. So I must at the outset pretext my question by saying I don't think the drafters of the constitution ever contemplated that nobody who's been politically involved can ever serve as the public protector. But in your specific case, you have deep roots in the struggle and specifically involvement in the ANC and ANC-aligned bodies. So how will you prevent that history from putting you in a situation where your impartiality and objectivity can be questioned?
thank you, Chairperson. Being involved in struggle, I think, was a duty on all young people of my time, such that not being involved really is something that it's unfortunate. But I think all of us at the time had to be involved, and I got involved at a very young age of 15, and I found myself in detention under state of emergency in 1986. So that history I'm very proud of and I cherish, because I had to be there. Now, but I understood from the beginning that the country that we are fighting for, the society that we want to establish, is a society that should be fair, it's a society that where everyone, the people shall govern, as it says in the Freedom Charter, where everyone will have the right to participate. And we understood that not everybody would be aligned to the ruling party and all that. And that is why, you know, when I was still a student at TEF, when 1992, when the Harare Declaration of the ANC was published, it had in it the area of the ombudsman, and that you would find also in the Ready to Govern document of the ANC. And as a young law student, we read that with enthusiasm because we saw that in our books about this. So we're already doing comparative studies. And those introduced to us as young law students that if structures like ombudsman and so on the ANC is proposing, it means that there should be people who would be non-partisan, who would serve in those structures. And, you know, we were open to that. And being an ANC activist, so the ANC in a way opened me to the possibility of, despite your membership, you can still be non-partisan and serve the public without fear, without favor, without prejudice. You need to make sure that happens. Because we also knew that there would be judges, there would be public protector, there would be this. All those people have to serve their people without fear, without prejudice. And so therefore the political alignment, the political prejudice will not, in my case, given the training that I've had since I was 15 years, will not interfere with the value of my judgment or the way I see things. Take each case as it's presented and make a fair ruling without prejudice. So that defines me.
Okay. Then I want to move on to, I think it's the questionnaire, and specifically your answers to question 1, which was why you are the right person. And then from 114 onwards, you give answers to the effect that you really want this job because you want to, as you call it, build an efficient and effective public service. So apart from dealing with maladministration, what is the involvement of the public protector in building an effective public service?
Chairperson, corruption or maladministration, sometimes people do it without committee. So I'm saying that I will want to collaborate with other institutions like the National School of Government, you know, in ensuring that the training of people on ethics and so on is maximized. Make sure that people know what is wrong and what is right. Because sometimes people, as I said, commit these things unconsciously, let me put it that way. So you need to maximize training, make sure that those who have the responsibility to train do it and do it correctly and effectively. So for me, therefore, the training of the public servants will contribute towards building that effective public service. Because as the National Development Plan is saying, that corruption is an impediment to building an equitable society that we want to build. It's an impediment to a better life that we want to give to all the people. And the public service is at the center of that. So in a way, you know, sometimes when something is built, it's growing, it on its own, it diminishes the other. So as we build together a public service that is efficient and effective, it means the work of the public protector on its own will become less and less if there is less corruption. So should we build that public service?
Thank you. Can you explain to me the concept of making yourself guilty of corruption in an unconscious way?
No, all I'm saying is that ignorance is a problem. So if for instance, or let me put it this way, that if you follow the cases, even though they are not about corruption, the cases that since the Ngandla case up to now, you would find that the public protector was found to have been ignorant of the law, to have been this and that, to have ignored this provision and so on. And I want to take it that all those transgressions that led to the Section 194 committee finding the public protector incapable or incompetent, those transactions were not done consciously, and I take it deliberate. You'd find that it was because of lack of exposure, lack of training, lack of knowledge that those were committed. You know, so I'm saying that, and you'd know that sometimes by omission you can commit a crime. By not helping someone who's being attacked by others, that is by omitting to act, you may find that you commit a crime. You become an accomplice to a crime. So it is in that context that ignorance can give rise to a criminal offense.
Okay.
By not doing anything, you become criminal.
My time has run out, unfortunately. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Hall. Now move to Honourable Vessels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, sir. I also want to go to the answers to the questionnaire. And you, in one of the answers, say that if you are the successful candidate, you would extend the focus of the public protector to local government. How would you do that, and what do you mean by that?
I gave an example of the Auditor General's reports. I think in the last Auditor General's report, almost 60% of municipalities got disclaimers, and some, the West, let me say unqualified reports, qualified reports, and others disclaimers. Now, for there to be disclaimers, it means there is either unlawful expenditure, there is unauthorized expenditure, there is maladministration generally for the Auditor General to reach a stage where it says that, it gives a disclaimer. It means there is chaos in that municipality. And I would want those responsible, to be brought to book, because if you allocated millions of rands, public money, and you have represented yourself to the public for that appointment as a CFO or whatever, municipal manager, you have represented yourself as qualified. It is therefore inconceivable for you to then, in the management of the finances that have been allocated to you, to come out with a disclaimer. So for me, that should attract some sanction. That should attract some, action on the part of the public protector. And we need to do it quickly, immediately after the public protector, the Auditor General shall have issued the report. We need to zoom into those. That's some of the things that I was talking about, unsolicited investigation, that you do not need to wait for complaints, because obviously people in Vredendal and so on may not even understand that this municipality of ours is embezzling funds or is mismanaging funds. So they may not complain. But given the position we're at, we're able to see that there's a problem here and should be able to act without solicitation.
Yes, let me pause you there. The Public Audit Act was amended in 2018 to give certain powers to the Auditor General to do exactly that.
Yes.
To keep accounting officers accountable and to get sanctions going with regards to that. But the Auditor General is failing to do that. Why do you think a public protector would be in a better position?
Well, I may not attest to the AG failing to do certain things. I may say that perhaps there is just, this issue of maladministration and corruption it's a behemoth. It's a big animal that all of us have to focus on defeating it. And therefore, that is why in the questionnaire I'm referring to collaboration, that the public protector may have to collaborate with various agencies, AG, the police, Hawks, and so on, to make sure that wherever corruption and maladministration rears its ugly head, all of us responsible for anti-corruption zoom into that.
A very serious issue currently on local government level, if we stick to that, is the fact that accounting officers are in contempt of court orders. There's figures concerning that. It's really a problem because they don't do anything about it. You spoke about non-compliance to remedial actions of the public protector. How will you, given the fact that accounting officers are even in contempt of court orders and nothing happens, how will you deal with that situation, given with regards to remedial action?
Well, the courts have a way of enforcing their orders. But as it is, the Constitution says that all this, the courts, the judiciary and the Chapter 9 institutions and all must be assisted by various branches of government to be effective, to be... So it means, therefore, that the public protector should be able to monitor that. Wherever maladministration is concerned and the courts have ruled into that, that should attract the public protector's interest. I know that the public protector may not, look at all the cases in all courts, but wherever maladministration and impropriety is concerned, the public protector should develop interest and be able to follow up. And if the police minister or the police commissioner is not acting per that court order, it should be possible for the public protector to intervene and raise alarm and alert whoever is responsible to act. And failing to act, as I said, an omission is on its own a commission. It's an offense.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Manalisi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Agenda de Kwena. Okay. I think one of the questions are asked by, it's been covered by Honorable Mautwe, because I wanted to ignore the issue of NSFAS and you being the chairperson. What is your understanding of fit for purpose?
Fit for purpose. Fit for purpose involves understanding what is needed, what needs to be done, and yourself having the capacity to fit into the structure and execute what the structure is made for. Because structures are built, but you then find that people who get appointed into those structures to execute those functions are unable or lack the capacity to do that. I have said that I'm fit and proper. I consider myself fit and proper because of the training and the exposure that I've had throughout my life, particularly with regards to the service, public service, in its various forms. So fit for purpose, therefore, means that you've got the capacity and capability to execute what the structure is meant to do. So in case of a public protector, the public protector is meant to combat corruption, maladministration, impropriety, to act without fear and prejudice and all that. And as I've demonstrated, I have done that already, And I believe that I still have the energy and the propensity to do that going forward, serving as a public protector.
Okay. I've noted on your CV that you've been an activist from an early age. So what's your take in terms of the status quo of Chapter 9 institutions in South Africa? Are they doing what they are mandated for constitutionally, or they just comply in terms of their awareness of people knowing them, that they are there for them?
Some time ago, when the late Minister Kada Asma wrote a thick report on the effectiveness or efficiency of the Chapter 9 institutions. And in his report, he proposed that some of them need to be merged because most of them, or all of them, most of them actually, you find that their functions are overlapping. Human Rights Commission and other rights, they're all about rights. CL Rights Commission and all. So it should be possible for them to collaborate, match the budget, because if all of them are pursuing, or some of them are pursuing the rights of people as enshrined in the Bill of Rights, it should be possible to match some of them so that we maximize output. But of course, that is not the function of the public protector. Public protector doesn't make legislation. The report was before Parliament. So I think, as it has happened in the case of the Reserve Bank against the public protector, we don't want the public protector to be found drafting laws and proposing how Parliament must do its work. So we'll leave that to those responsible. But I think that collaboration of some of the Chapter 9 institutions can actually yield better results. And I'm mentioning specifically the Human Rights Commission, perhaps the Gender Commission, Civil Rights Commission, because for me, you know, they are splintered. I mean, the Civil Rights Commission, I've worked with it in the past as a Deputy Director General of the Department of Traditional Affairs, and I found that even the budget allocation at the time, I think it was about 100 not much, I don't remember the amount exactly, and they would therefore not be able to intervene decisively where the rights of religious communities or cultural communities are involved, linguistic communities and all that. But if they would, say for instance, be integrated into the Human Rights Commission, perhaps the efficacy and effectiveness can be improved.
Okay. Then if you were to be appointed today, what would be your special project as Ntate?
My special projects really would be to identify areas where interventions, particularly, let's say, for me, the implementation of court orders against municipalities. The focus area will be the rural communities. As I said, you know, most of them, they live as if they are second-class citizens. They've got no right to property in the first place. There's no land that rural people can call home, because land in the rural areas, even though you find that the title deed of the farm would be, this is Johannesburg JT number 20, is owned by the community of Abatembu and is held in trust by the chief. I'm just giving Abatembu as an example, or the Ndebele people on behalf of the community. You then find that traditional leaders in those areas regard the land as their land. They behave as landowners. And for me, I think that we need to intervene and give the rural people their titles to the land where they are born and they grow up, so that they can be able to transact based on the land that they are occupying. So they don't only have the permission to occupy, but also have the title deed to those lands. And the kind of levies that our people pay in the rural areas to traditional leaders, that there should be an intervention there. Because there are only three spheres of government, Chairperson. It's local government, it's provincial government, and it's the national government. And this thing that traditional leaders can issue decrees as if they are government, they can deal with the land as if they are government, I think it's an area that needs to be interrupted somehow. So in collaboration with others, I think the Minister of Land Affairs, it will be Rural Development, the Minister of Local Government, COCTA, there should be some action on their part from there. And I think the Public Protector will facilitate that if I am appointed.
Okay. You
So
said
you
that.
only have a minute to share between the two.
All right.
Just
Okay.
1 minute.
With that minute, your understanding in terms of risk, conflict management, and conflict resolutions. Your understanding between those two.
Conflict management
and conflict resolutions.
Conflict resolution. Well, I'm a lawyer. I'm a practicing lawyer. We resolve conflict disputes every day in court. So that's another way of resolving conflict. The other way is through mediation, engaging people. People resolve among. So alternative dispute resolution, that is through engagement, that's mediation, arbitration. Otherwise, the courts are the final arbiters in all disputes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was 12:29 to 12:37. I saw more there looking at your watch. You're still perfectly within your time. Honorable Janchi.
No, Chair, I hope you are the only one checking the time. Quickly, Chair, I think the first thing I'm going to ask you to do as a takeaway note here is to read the report of the Section 194. I might not share some of the things you've just said about that. But the first point I want us to talk about is your understanding of the Public Protector institution. What is its main focus?
Yeah, as I said in the beginning, the origin of the Public Protector is said to be, I don't know if it's true, but it's said to be some Sweden. And
Let's make it quick.
Yeah.
Police are known for arrest. The NPA is about prosecution. The Public Protector institution, is it about investigation, prosecution, or?
It's about the investigation of maladministration.
Thank you.
Impropriety.
So I want us to just stay there
Yes.
a little bit. So the Constitutional Court, in the case that you have just shared, the CX, APSA matter, one of the findings there was that the Public Protector had a flawed method of investigation. And that would have happened after you had what we call the Mail and Guardian judgment by the SCA, which indicated that there needs to be an open and inquiring mind. And in fact, Judge Jafta explained what that means, and I want you to help me with that it must be open to all possibilities, but he raises two contrasting issues, that it must not be unduly suspicious, but also not be unduly believing. How would you go about trying to balance that as you are praying to be a public protector?
Yes, I've read the judgment, Chairperson. That is why the Constitution, the long and short of that statement by Justice Jafta is that the Public Protector must act without prejudice. Because prejudice means you see Honorable Buthelezi and already you say, perhaps because he's got long beard, he must be.
I'm here to tell this. Leave him.
Okay. Now, you look at the situation, and without even going into it, already you're prejudiced against. You develop certain ideas about it without hearing. So when a case is presented to you, it should be possible, therefore, to just say, okay, this is a case that is coming my way. I don't know the context. I don't even want to know the context. It's only when I go into it that I will come to understand what it's all about. Because if you listen to people carrying placards and so on.
Thank you. I think you have helped me there. So in other words, evidence must lead you.
Exactly.
Okay. Masishi. My next point. You have spoken a lot about you being fit and proper.
Yes.
So the Constitution doesn't define what fit and proper means. It just says this person must be fit and proper, must be a woman, must be a son, and so on. But a case law in the General Council of the Bar versus Jiba and others, the court begins to define what fit and proper is. Can you share that with us, your understanding, and share a bit of that case law?
Yeah, there are quite a number of them. I mean, the Dudu, Meni, and others.
Just one? No, just the principles that court defined.
So fit and proper means, firstly, it will deal with your qualifications, perhaps academic and all that, but that is not the sole, because there are people who are able to act without prejudice, despite their academic qualifications. So fit and proper, therefore, for me, will center around the ability to act honestly, without prejudging things, the ability to be fair to those who, you'll be dealing with.
Okay. No, thank you. That's my second invitation. When we're done with this, go look at that case law.
Okay.
Issues of integrity, dignity, honesty, and so on. We leave it
Yeah,
for now.
there are a number of
elements
understated.
My next point, because I'm pressed for time. Yes. My next point, you seem to have, and I'm happy, I was smiling when I saw that, you seem to have read the annual performance plan. I hope the previous annual report.
Yes.
Because you're speaking about the budget of 350.
Yes.
So the first few issues I want to raise out of that. Firstly, in this budget of 350, have you understood the programs that there's a 350 and yet there's an outreach program which is supposed to deal with ordinary citizens?
Yes.
That's not even a percent.
I've seen that,
And how would you fix that? This is a public protector, not a protector of the elites and so on.
Well, let's say that you have to deal with what you have, firstly.
Okay, so you're going to go in there and then just drive what you get.
No, I'm just saying, in the beginning, deal with what you have. But as I said, I have made, I've seen the proposal by the office now on the possibilities of aligning their office towards how the Auditor General of South Africa works, where, if they're investigating a department or a particular department, then the department must pay for the services that the public protector offers. And I was saying that that's quite a novice idea that we can explore. I have proposed in the beginning, Chairperson, the possibilities of creating a fund, an anti-corruption fund. That will also
No, that helps. No, you can pause there. I've got that. I've taken note of that, so that you don't repeat it.
Okay.
My next point is still on what you have studied. So you spoke about 40,000 complaints. Were you able to come across who the top 5 contributors of that are in that Office of the Public Protector? And I'll tell you, one of them is Home Affairs. Who else in terms of the departments?
Well, I've not done that study, but I suspect local government, the COCTA may be in, and
so that you don't guess.
Yeah, let me not guess.
It's your third invitation.
I haven't done that.
No, we don't guess. It's part of that 40,000. Let's proceed.
Yes.
But I'll leave that to you. My next point, as you're hoping to be the new public protector, come October 16 or 18, 2023, did you come here with some kind of a plan that you can share with us? Just a yes or no first. Do you have a plan, or you just want to be in this position?
No, I have ideas. That's why, among others, I've already been thinking deeply about how do we expand access, how do we expand funding, how do we collaborate with the National School of Government and other institutions. I've identified,
That's
bacons,
fine.
milestones
Help me
that-
with this as part of the plan. One of the things that the country lacks is what is called risk management. We have no risk target around issues of infrastructure, of the next disease after COVID and so on. But let's put it down to the Public Protector Office. What will be your first two risk management plans that you would put into that office, having studied this office through your annual report and the APP?
I think it's
So I allocate 1 minute to the answer.
All right. Yeah, that's very short. I think the turnaround time of cases, because the longer the case takes, the less confidence it gives to the public. People start to lose confidence. As it was said, office divided, low morale of staff, you need to get people to start to jack up. I think the public image of the Public Protector Office has suffered a great deal. You need, therefore, a competent, capable person who will say to the public, I'm here, I know what has to be done, let's get to work. And community, the office is open now. We are no longer going to be spending time in court. We will be dealing with the issues that the public complain about.
Thank you, Chair. We'll watch the space if it's successful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've done well. Honorable Makwanisha.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good day, Advocate Nzewa.
Thank you, sir.
What was the number of people, the biggest number of people that you supervised?
I think in the office of the Premier, I think I was managing about 120 or so. And I was also responsible for traditional affairs. So I had to, secondary supervisees would be the traditional leaders who were also answerable to the office of the Premier. So then in COPTA, the staff in the Department of Traditional Affairs was about 100 in the Department of Traditional Affairs. And now in NSFAS and other structures, I'm acting as a board member, so I would not say I'm managing people there. It's a board membership. But the highest, therefore, would have been the Office of the Premier, where I managed more than 100 people.
How did you keep them focused?
It is said that when you are at the top, you manage two levels. Because I was in the Office of the Premier, I was Chief Director, so level 14. So you have to make sure that you manage at least two levels from yourself. So the directors who are accountable to me, reporting to me directly, and their deputy directors. I would make sure that I would want to know how the deputy directors are doing at that level, without undermining the level directly accountable to me. But you would want to, go deeper and understand what they are doing and be able to reach out to them to get them motivated, to get them aligned with your thinking. So I was making sure that, I do not just become an ivory tower and sit there at the top and wait for reports. I would get involved and soil my hands.
Thanks. What is your understanding of the role of the Public Protector in respect of the requirements of the Executive Members Ethics Act?
The Public Protector is given, as the Constitution says, that he will be given more powers in terms of legislation. Now, the Executive Ethics Act gives the public protector, as it states, what has to be done, what can be investigated in the code. You'll then find that the public protector has to become involved there, as mandated by the Public Protector Act itself and the Ethics Act.
What are some of the challenges associated with the Executive Ethics Act, the implementation part?
I think non-disclosure of benefits. I heard that there are instances where benefits were not disclosed, and I suspect that conflict of interest. Well, if you do not disclose, then you find yourself entangled in a conflict of interest, because the reason for non-disclosure sometimes would be because you want to benefit unduly from gifts, from this and that. So that, for me, I think it's a bigger challenge for public office bearers, and we need to ensure that once we get our hands on that and encourage people to see disclosure not as punishment, not as a burden, but as a duty, then we stand a better chance of avoiding that conflict of interest. And of course, confidentiality. I think people should be encouraged to know that if you are given a responsibility that this is a secret of government, this is it's classified differently, you need to keep to that, because otherwise even things that are not supposed to disclose get disclosed by people, and because of that disclosure, then it just sort of mixes things up, and it's not good for good governance.
But how will you deal with the issue of the executive administration interface, because you'll be the executive authority?
The Public Finance Management Act in particular, it delineates the role of publics, say, for instance, the CFO with regard to tenders and so on. Let me say supply chain management. Those are delineated by law. The Public Service Act also is very clear on the role of the executive authority as against that of the administration, your DG and so on, delegation of authority and all that. So all these things are very clearly delineated by legislation. But because we are dealing with human beings, people would want to circumvent that, mainly for malicious intent. So that is why I was saying earlier that we may need to collaborate with the National School of Government to ensure that they emphasize whenever a new administration comes in, there are new MECs, there are new ministers, there are new this and that. The National School of Government should, in my opinion, organize a special arrangement to take them through that, so that we do not assume that they know what has to be done. We take them through, so that when they default, we are able to come with an X.
Yeah, that is when you are externalizing it. But my question is about you being the executive authority as the public protector. And you have the CEO, who is the head of the administration.
Yes, I'll respect those rules as I have outlined earlier. And additional to that, you find you have the King Code, the King 4 Code, which for every manager, those are guidelines, because you do not only have to read the Public Service Act and the Public Protector Act. You need to broaden your knowledge in terms of management, delineation, so that you do not interfere in the operations of the CEO.
Okay. I'm not sure whether you have applied your mind to this issue. Over time, we have experienced that there are always tensions between the public protector and deputies.
And
and the deputy.
Okay.
And how will you ensure that there is a healthy working relationship with your deputy?
I have referred to delegation of authority, delegations. So I think as we work on the delegations, each of us must know what each has to do. Because if we do not know our roles, then there's definitely going to be a stampede. So let's delineate, let's delegate authority so that if someone then decides to undermine the delegations, then that's something else. But if we do proper delegations of authority, then the conflict will be managed.
Thank you very
Shouldn't be
much,
assumed.
Chairperson. Thank you, Advocate Zabo.
Thank you. Just one last question from myself, Advocate. How would you mitigate tension that may arise between or amongst different state institutions that are mandated to perform a certain functions in terms of their own legislation? For example, Office of the Public Protector wanting to overlap into the mandate of the Reserve Bank, and the Reserve Bank saying it's not your space, or Office of the Public Protector wanting to overlap into the role of SARS, and SARS, this is not your space. How do you deal with a situation like that? Because there is a potential conflict when it comes to the exercise of the mandate of the public protector vis-a-vis the mandate of the other agencies of government. These two institutions that I've just mentioned, as an example.
Yeah, Chairperson, the examples that we've given are actual, real conflict that has arisen. And I think the courts have already pronounced on that, for instance. It's about understanding the law, that there is separation of powers. As a public protector, you don't make, it's not within your powers to make laws. As we know, in the case of the Reserve Bank, the public protector wanted to draft some law on what the mandate of the Reserve Bank should be and so on. And the court indeed frowned upon that, because the mandate of the public protector is very clear in Section 182 as expanded by the Public Protector Act. So once you start to want to draft laws, you want to go, say for instance, on the SARS case.
Encroach into other ones.
Yes, on the SARS case, where you want to, I mean, it's clear that if public, the tax affairs of individuals can be made public, you will be encroaching on the rights of privacy and so on. So you need to, therefore, as a public protector, know the law. I mean, that's the starting point, and understanding, interpreting it, and applying it. So
thank you.
That's why
you've answered me. All right, I think we've come to the end of the session, colleagues. I think it's the right time to adjourn. Let me thank you for giving us your time and share your wisdom with the committee. And we wish a safe journey back home. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the committee as well. Thank you.
Colleagues, how much time do you take for lunch? 1 hour. Okay. All right. Thank you. Sure. Yes. So we come back at 2. Colleagues, and still do what you are comfortable with. All right? Right, colleagues, we are starting, resuming the interviews. Before us is Advocate Oliver Joseph. All right. Thank you very much and welcome. We will give you just 5 minutes to briefly tell us why these honorable members should consider your name for appointment as public protector. And we can start now. It's 5 minutes allocated. I hope you have your thing on there. It's on. Okay, the team will assist you. Okay, over to you, sir.
Yeah, firstly, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members. I think the position of public protector is quite an important position in this country. If you look at its constitutional mandate and if you look at its legislative mandate as well. And I think me personally, if you look at my career as well in the public service and also in the private sector as well, I've always been committed to promoting the public interest. And I think that's one of the things that really attracted me to this nomination. And that's the basis on which I accepted the nomination. And if I look at my career over the last 30 some odd years, I focused a lot on the work, similar type of work that the public protector does. That would include, for example, application of the law and various laws as well. And in particular, forensic investigations. If I look at the Office of the Public Protector, the various areas they've done well, but there's also a few areas where, they haven't done extremely well. And that is obviously, one will see from the various court decisions in the area of investigations. And I think if I look at my track record, that's the area where I think I can add a lot of value as well. And also, as I said as well, and I'm going to emphasize it again as well, is that I think I'm a person who is so committed to the public interest. If I just give another example as well, my last tenure at the Competition Authority, I was there for 11 years as well. And one of the big aims of the Competition Authority, in addition to obviously competition issues, is promoting the public interest as well. So I find that to be very attractive to this job as well. And if you look at my CV as well, I think I have all the credentials, having worked in the justice environment for so many years, knowing both the law and also on the forensic side as well, having the governance experience as well, the leadership experience as well for this job as well. And most of all, I am a team player. I'm very people orientated. I can work with teams. I'm able to motivate teams as well, so that so that we can get the best out of them as well. So I think that's also another area where currently, and if you look at the Office of the Public Protector, they have their public protector at the moment, the incumbent, is facing a 194 inquiry. I am sure that the office, the morale must be low there at the moment, and it would require somebody to, motivate the staff as well. And that's an area where, I am quite skilled in those areas as well. So I think, and also, I can mention some cases as well that I worked on, and I worked on some very complex cases in this country. Just to mention one case when I was in the NPA, in the DSO as well, I led, the top 200 projects. We arrested the top 200 criminals in the country. And when I was in the commission as well, I led one of the biggest cartel investigations in this country in the construction sector in 2013. So I've got a track record of working on all types of cases. So, Chair, I'm assuming my 5 minutes is up.
Yeah, thank you very much. And do you confirm the disclosures you've made in your in the questionnaire? And if yes, is there anything you want to add or explain?
No. I don't think there's any further disclosures that would be of conflict. Just to iterate that currently I work as a non-executive director, so I do sit on a lot of audit committees and sit on one board as well. So I think if I'm successful in this position, then I think I will have to obviously relinquish those, and I'm willing to do that.
Are you in a position to take questions?
Yes.
Sure. I wanted just to let you settle in before I open it up for the colleagues to answer,
Yes,
to ask
sure.
their questions. Colleagues, it's now the opportunity for colleagues to answer, to ask questions. I will start with Honorable Chapter on my right.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Advocate Jose. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
All right. I must say you have extensive experience of over about 26 years. My interest is on you as being former Deputy Commissioner of Competition Commissioner. I want to tap on your experience related to what you are here for today. How can a public protector contribute to the economic transformation and the deconcentration of the economy based on that experience?
I think the role of the public protector, if I take a step back and I look at the commonality between the commission and the public protector, and some of the learnings that I gain in the office of the commission, I'll come to that just now. But I think they both have a very similar public interest role. You look at, for example, I'll give an example in merger cases. For example, you'd find that there's a deep understanding of public interest, of promoting public interest conditions. For example, you look at things like unemployment, promoting transformation, for example. So that's very common with the accountability. Like as the commission holds firms accountable, the public protector holds the executive accountable. So that's the one sort of common song. Then you look at the investigative capacity of the commission. It's very similar to the public protector, because the public protector as well have a very strong investigative capacity as well. In addition to its role in promoting awareness, it's got that investigation capacity. If I looked at the previous annual reports of the public protector and its annual performance plan as well, it does about between, I would say, about 10 to 15% of its work is actually investigation. And we find that's one of the areas where the public protector has not done extremely well on investigation. I'm sure there'll be a question later on why that is so, but I think that's the very common area between the commission and the public protector, is that investigative role. And if you look at the commission over the last 20 years has been very successful with investigation, especially cartels. If you look at the investigation that goes into cartel cases, abuse of dominant cases, it's such a rich experience that one gains from that kind of work. So I think that will hold me very good stead in assisting the office in trying to get the investigations to another level.
Advocate, you also served in the Scorpions,
Yes,
which had
yes.
multidisciplinary capabilities, and its dissolution, for some people, they feel it resulted in the weakness on law enforcement agencies to track complex crimes. And there's a culture that is pervasive of non-compliance in government. What would be specific interventions that can be introduced by the public protector to massify the investigative capacity to expeditiously tackle mismanagement?
Yeah, I think your question, Honourable Member, is twofold. Let me answer it this way. The first part is, how can one bolster the accountability? I think one of the weaknesses in the Public Protector's Office, and this is not to sort of attribute any blame to any person there, but I think it's the way the legislation has been set up as well. I think there's probably in the future a need for an amendment. If you look at the remedial action of the public protector, from about 2016 onward to 2023, there's only been 13% of compliance with remedial action. 65% of the remedial action of the public protector has not been implemented. Yes, we know after 2015 with the DA and EFF case that, when the findings became binding, when they declared, the Constitutional Court declared that the findings are binding, the remedial action, we find that there was a whole barrage of litigation at the time, judicial review of the public protector's reports and remedial action. But if you look at the implementation, a lot of it, the public protector, especially when non-compliant, they've relied a lot on the civil process, and they relied a lot on Parliament assisting to hold public departments accountable. That has not been very effective. For me, what would be more effective is going forward is looking to amend the legislation so it becomes an offense. Very similar to the PFMA. Financial misconduct is an offense. I think that would be a greater incentive for public departments to comply, so that we get that 65% non-compliant, we can sort of have an incentive for public departments to comply. So I think that's the one part of the question. And then your second part of your question is, you need to just remind me now the second part, Honourable Member.
The second part for me was how will that help you to introduce or massify the investigative capacity to expeditiously tackle the mismanagement issues?
Yes, I think even the public protector themselves in the midterm review of the strategy, I think in November last year, one of the things they said themselves is that there is a skills deficit when it comes to forensic investigations. And I think, look at my background. I've been in forensic investigation for more than 30 years. So I think that's an area where I think, there has to be, like the DSO, like you mentioned the DSO as well. What I liked about the DSO's recruitment is that they had a very focused recruitment on finding the right people for their work. So I think the same thing needs to happen for the public protector as well. You look at most of the cases where the public protector has not been successful in court, including the SCA and the Constitutional Court. A lot of those investigations where the protector wasn't successful was on the procedural side, where the investigations, for example, were not objective, where they didn't gather the right evidence, they didn't analyze the evidence correctly. So for me, that was one of the issues. As an incumbent, I think one of the things that one must look at is the value chain, the investigative and the litigation value chain as well, to see exactly what are the shortcomings in that value chain. Do an assessment of that, look at the shortcoming, and then from there, design a plan to try and find the right people for those positions.
Okay, now with all that beautiful story, the elephant in the room here is the accessibility of Public Protector South Africa to your far-flung rural areas. How will you ensure efficient accessibility of Public Protector South Africa to the rural people and the underdeveloped areas?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think there's two ways to answer this question. One is one must be very mindful that the public protector, with its current funding and with current positions, can only do so much, right? Itself. That's the one side of the question. The other side is, I think the public protector, if I looked at all their documents, their strategic documents, I don't think they've done extremely bad on that area. I think they have done fairly well in a matter in which they, over the years, if I look at the last 10 years as well, how they managed to engage with more and more people. I look at some of their success stories as well, in the Good Governance Week. I looked at some of their roadshows as well. I looked at how, for example, they implemented drop boxes. I think that was a very good idea to expand their contact points as well. So they've done extremely well. I think what needs to happen is they need to start thinking a little bit out of the box as well. Remember, complainants are not necessarily only employees of the government. Complainants are sometimes people who work for the private sector, for example. Now, I'll just give one quick example of how they can leverage the private sector. Look at the banking industry, for example. They have a very good coordination model there. They got the South African Banking Risk Information Center. So, for example, the public protector can start to look at engaging with those sort of agencies as well, to see how we can tap into that kind of market as well. Try and use, for example, the banks to promote the, the public protector's mandate, for example. So that would be the one. Then I think on the social media side as well, they can start to look at using social media a little bit more, right? And then they can start to look at, for example, technology as well. How you can use technology, for example, to like artificial intelligence as well, right? They have so much of data. They can start to look at which are the areas in which they need to target. Then look at, for example,
As you wrap up,
organs of state. There's over 1,000 organs of state, similar to Parliament as well, who has oversight over all those organs of state. So does the public protector. So they can use a lot of those organs of state to start to help to promote the awareness of the public protector. Then if I go back to the Constitution, right, and go back to Chapter 3.
as you wrap up,
I'm up.
Yes, I think I've allocated 8 minutes to her, and the 8 minutes includes both the questions and the answers. But yeah, no. But that's not directed to you, but I'm just reminding the meeting.
thank you.
And now,
Advocate.
I think we're done with the Honorable Klappe. I've now moved to Advocate Bredenbach.
Thanks, Chair. Before I start, I obviously know Mr. Josie. We work together at the NPA. I have no particular concern about prejudice or otherwise in this matter. Good afternoon, Mr. Josie. Can you explain to me what you mean when you say you would like to see the Public Protector Act amended in order to make non-compliance an offence, and then you refer to the PFMA, but briefly, remember I've got 8 minutes and I have other questions.
Yeah. I think at the moment, the public protector obviously relies on their own processes for obtaining compliance with their remedial action, right? So they would, like, for example, will have to go to a civil court to try and implement that. It's not a criminal offense at the moment if you don't comply. And I think that's one of the reasons why there's been wholesale non-compliance. Whereas you look at for example, you look at...
No, that's fine. How many, are you aware of how many, just ballpark figure, how many successful prosecutions there have been in terms of the PFMA?
No, there haven't been many in terms of the PFMA, but at least it's a criminal offense. You can still rely on it.
It doesn't matter, it's criminal offense. How effective has it been in practice?
Well, it hasn't been extremely
Thank
effective.
you, that answers my question. What do you understand under the principle of legality?
In which context?
The principle of legality, what is it?
Yeah, well, the principle of legality, if you can look at it in terms of the rule of law, right? If you can look at it in terms of, if I look at the public protector, for example, right? If I look at the public protector's mandate, if I give an example, let me give an example to kind of put it in context. It means that they would, for example, if they conduct an investigation, they're doing it in terms of the law. So when they go beyond the remit of the law, then it contravenes that principle of legality or the rule of law.
Thank you. What do you understand under the rule of law?
The rule of law is obviously that if you look at behavior, if you look at conduct, for example, right? If you are deciding on whether conduct is legal or illegal, then you look at the rule of law to see whether that people are complying with the rule of law, there's legislation, they're complying with the laws itself.
The Constitution says that the Republic of South Africa is founded on the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. What does this mean?
It means that the Constitution is supreme, and that in addition to the Constitution as well, there will be obviously other rules of law, other legislation as well that complies with the Constitution. In other words, the Constitution is the grundnorm of laws in this country and the hierarchy of our laws.
You are hoping to be appointed to the position of leadership in an office that is very important constitutionally. You agree?
Yes, that's correct.
The office is currently deeply divided and conflicted. How do you propose to get that office working optimally in a short space of time?
You know, that's a very important question. I think I did, to some extent, allude to it. I think that at the moment there are two sides. One is the internal side and one is the external side. Let me speak to the internal side first. I think it's no doubt that the staff in that office must be, you know, the morale must be low at the moment. I can't imagine that, you know, the morale would be quite high at the moment. I think the one thing that I am quite, you know, adept at is working with people. I enjoy working with people. I'm a very good team player. I do well in that area. For me, I think there needs to be two types of interventions. There need to be, firstly, a targeted intervention on the wellness side, right? A group sort of like intervention to try and get the staff to another level, to get them back to understanding and recommitting themselves to the vision and mission of that office and why that office is so important. I think that's the one part. And then we don't stop there as well. We continue on a very sustainable basis as well with the wellness program as well to make sure that staff, you know, are always at a level of morale where they can commit themselves to that office. I think that's the one side of it. Then the other side of it as well is I think there is a lot of a strange relationship between the Office of the Public Protector and various stakeholders, for example, including Parliament, for example. And I think the incumbent in that office needs to start re-engaging with the key stakeholders as well, identifying who are the key stakeholders, why those relationships have been strained, and start to rebuild those relationships as well. Because the public protector, the Office of Public on their own cannot address, for example, the NDP objectives. They need to be working very closely with Parliament. If I just looked at the objectives of the sixth Parliament, one of the objectives is, especially in the sixth Parliament, is to enhance oversight over organs of state. That's the role of the public protector as well. So for me, those relationships are very, very key as well.
How am I doing for time, Chair?
You still have 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Yeah.
The Competition Commission has a policy of a first through the door policy where they're investigating an offence.
Yes.
They offer immunity
Yes.
to the first through the door person,
Yes.
as long as they then tell on their friends.
Yes.
Is that correct? And they don't mention there in that policy that doesn't include immunity from prosecution.
That's correct.
Do you think that's misleading?
No, I don't think that's misleading. Remember, firstly, competition law is administrative law, right? It's not offensive in the sort of criminal sense. That's the first thing. If you look at cartel offenses, it's not easy to detect. It's probably one of the most difficult ones to detect. But these are like private agreements. People can be sitting in a bar and they could be agreeing on
You can
fixing
assume we know
prices.
what a
Yeah.
cartel is.
Yeah, so it's quite difficult. You look at throughout the world, that has been the global practice. Immunity has been far more successful.
No, you misunderstand my question. My question is not whether it's fair or unfair to offer immunity. My question is it fair or unfair not to mention that it's not immunity from prosecution, from criminal prosecution? That you can stand there and spill your guts and you have no immunity from criminal prosecution?
Yeah, but remember that criminal prosecution is not in terms of the Competition Act. It might be, and remember the competition. I understand your question that you're asking me, but
then just answer that question.
But it's very different to a prosecution in terms of criminal law. Remember, they are giving immunity from the Competition Act. You see, so it's completely different.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mawudwa.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, Mr. Josie.
Greetings, ma'am.
Are you well?
I'm very well.
Where are you from? Your CV says Centurion. Your questionnaire says Devon, KZN.
I was originally born in Durban, KZN, and I relocated to Gauteng around 1999, 2000, yeah, around that period.
Yeah, but why are you? We've got two documents that you received almost at the same time. but they are talking different things. The questionnaire was sent to you, was filled by you and sent back
Yes.
to us. The CV was submitted, so why is this discrepancy?
Remember, the questionnaire asked, where were you born? So I was born in KZN, but I live now, so the CV is where I live now, so this is my current residential address.
No problem. What does it mean to you to be free from political party affiliation?
I think for me, I think to answer your question is there's two aspects of it, right? There's the tangible aspect and there's the intangible aspect as well. So let me speak to the tangible aspect first. Is that a person who is not involved with politics, who's not involved with political parties, who doesn't hold any senior position in a political party, who's not, openly, supporting any political party or their views, etc. Is somebody who's very independent. Now, to give an example, my entire career, if you look at my CV, I've always been in roles where I had, I had an independent role. If you look at forensics, forensics is in nature. It's, if you look at the 5 lines of defense in corporate governance, it's what we call the third level assurance provider, which is independent. So you have to have that independent. The second part is, for me, what goes beyond, having any affiliation with political parties. It's one's state of mind, which is not always tangible all the time. But that's an important part because it talks to the very nature of whether people are going to be independent or not, whether there's going to be a conflict of interest in the way they conduct themselves in their particular role. Now, I learned this in the private sector because often you find that people focus a lot on declarations and conflict of interest, etc., but they forget about the person themselves and how they express themselves through their decision making.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because you were born during the apartheid era, but you've never engaged or participated in politics.
No.
Why?
I've never.
Why?
I've never had an interest in politics because my career didn't take me in that direction. My career was always, as I said before as well, earlier as well, I was very committed to the public interest. I always enjoyed the public interest. I enjoyed working for the government. I enjoyed working for the private sector. And I still have no interest in politics.
Okay, you are recently shortlisted for the position of Electoral Commission.
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner, and when we went through your CV and the interview that you conducted,
yes,
do you believe you are suitable for this role now, the PP one? Are you considering roles in Chapter 9 institutions due to a particular stage in your life? Or is there another motivation that is driving you?
Yeah, I've actually, if you look at where I am in my life, obviously with the gray hair that I've got as well, you can see I'm quite experienced. I'm at a point where I've got more than 30 years of experience. I think this country personally, it's my personal view, is in need of good leaders. I think I have put my hand up, I've raised my hand, and I'm willing to make a contribution to the wellness of this country, to the future of this country, to the next generation as well. I've got the experience and I've got the track record as well, and therefore I've put my hand up.
So we see the rich experience, substantial experience in the competition law. And the Competition Commission alleges that several banks, including those in Europe, conspired to manipulate the South African rand. So, however, no arrests have been made to date. What's your perspective on this? And I'm asking you to gauge your understanding of abuse of authority and undue influence. Do you believe that such issues arise only from political parties or party politics?
I'm not sure if I understand your question fully, but I'm going to try to answer it. You correct me if I'm going the wrong direction. So, in that particular case, they are already before the tribunal. There've already been quite a few exception applications there as well. So very soon that matter will go on trial before the tribunal, that banking case. So I believe, for example, the commission has been very committed to, I remember I was still working in the commission when we initiated that case, and I've been kind of following it as well. So I honestly believe that the commission is going to be, putting their full effort to try and finalize that case. There have been some delays, because a lot of people,
I
a
wanted
lot
to
of
ask
respondents.
you, don't you think there were delays, and why were there delays, in your view?
The delays were not on the side of the commission. I also was at the tribunal at the time, so I saw the delays. A lot of delays were brought about by the respondent banks. They were delaying the matter. They were saying that the commission didn't have jurisdiction to investigate. And remember, in that matter, ma'am, some of the respondents are international banks. So you can imagine now some of the international banks, because they, for example, are not, their head offices are not located in this country. It was easy for them to try and contest the jurisdiction as well of the commission.
Okay, Chair, I think I'm still doing well on time. So in your questionnaire, you discussed the resource wastage at the office of the PP as one of the risk factors. Do you support the proposal to invite donations from individuals and corporations to aid the work of the office of the PP?
Yeah, I think my personal view is that one of the big issues of the public project is funding, right? If you look at the midterm review, they said they had more than 100 plus posts that were unfunded. 34% of their staff are unfunded. They couldn't fill those positions because there was no fund. Their office cannot be effective. The previous MP asked me the question about how you expand the footprint. You can't expand the footprint if you don't have people. That's very important. So for me, donations, I think donations might be a useful way to try and bolster the funding. But there must be some sort of conditions around donations. For example, if you look at the Political Party Funding Act that just been enacted recently, right? There's conditions there, there's limitations there as well. So I think those limitations as well must filter into any amendment to the legislation.
Okay, yeah, you seem to believe in the NDP, which is a government plan,
Yes.
which was later adopted by the ANC. And you say, and I quote you, for a country to attain the goals set in the NDP, amongst others, the PP has an important role towards building a capable state that can live the 8 principles in the Batupele. How do you envisage the office of the PP playing that role within the context of addressing the challenges that are facing the country?
Yeah, I think it's about accountability. If you look at the objectives of the NDP and the triple challenges that the NDP wants to eradicate, for me, for that to happen, you need an ethical and capable state, right? Like Parliament, the public protector is responsible for holding organs of state accountable, right? There's two kind of things they hold the organs of state accountable. Firstly, it's service delivery failures, right, and it's conduct failures as well. So for me, it's all about that accountability. And if the public protector is able to do that effectively, then they contribute towards the objectives of the NDP.
Chair, my last question would be,
Sorry, okay, yes, you have 1 minute left.
yeah, thank you. You indicate that you've been a consultant from September 2022 to date.
Yes.
Which companies are you working for and what services are you doing?
Yeah, so I'm in the field of governance. So I'm chairing the Audit and Risk Committee of the Water and Sanitation Department. I am also the chair of the Investigative Committee for the South African Council for Projects Management. I'm also a audit committee member of CATHETA, and I've just joined the board of the South African Dental Association as an independent member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mota. Nkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, Advocate Josie.
Greetings, sir.
I've got a few questions that are very particular, if you can help me to be very straightforward. Some would be kind of follow-ups from what you have said already from my colleagues here.
Okay.
What qualities do you think are critical for the post which are not there?
Critical?
Yeah, for the post you apply for.
Okay. I think the most important thing is for me is leadership. I think you need a strong leader who can, especially I know the question was asked as well, given where the public protector, the office of the public protector, where it is at the moment. I think that's a very important thing. Somebody who understands, the country as a whole, understands the public service, who has a lot of experience in the public service, who understand how government departments work. Like myself, I mean, I've worked in government departments for many years. I think for me, though, that's a good quality. Then I think what's also important as well, somebody who understands the law. I think for me, somebody who understands the law quite deeply as well, and also understands, for example, alternate dispute resolution, who understand advocacy as well.
I've got that.
I've covered you.
Yes.
Okay.
You just mentioned now that you need to understand the law and also the people of South Africa.
Yes.
But initially you told us that you're not interested in politics. So how do you think then you understand the plight of the same people that you must protect? Being so disinterested in politics.
No. When you say politics, I don't mean politics in the sense where I would become a member of a political party or support a particular political party. Remember, the office of the public protector, you have to be independent. You have to be objective, right? So that's the context in which I answered that question.
Oh, okay.
But when I say, like for example, I mean, you have to understand how Parliament works. If you don't understand how Parliament works, how would the public protector, for example, be able to get Parliament to assist with helping to implement remedial action? So I think you've got to understand from a different context.
Okay, what's your interpretation of the provision that this office should be partially independent from a point of view of your integrity, knowing that this office is very exposed to politics?
Yes, I think that is a very important question. For me, the independence of the public protector is one of the key requirements of the job. And I think for me personally, I've always been in independent roles, whether it was the head of forensics or when I was a global director in the Standard Bank Group as well. It was an independent role where I reported independently either to the board or audit and risk committee. So I understand the issue of independence. For me, it's about, in addition to the intangible, what I spoke about, the state of mind, it's about whether the person, the incumbent, has a conflict of interest or not with that office. And as I said as well, if you don't have any interest in any conflict of interest issues or circumstances, then it makes an ideal candidate to be independent.
Okay. In your interview, when you interviewed for the position of the commissioner for IEC,
yes,
you said that most of your work is part-time and you prefer it as such.
Yes.
Yeah, those are your words. What has changed now, your stance? Now you're applying for a job that would be full-time.
Yes, listen, I prefer to be part-time. I prefer, yes, that is a preference, but this role obviously is different from the IEC role, because at that time, remember the IEC role, there's options. You can either take the job full-time or part-time, and they asked me, which would I prefer? For that particular role, my preference there would be part-time, because then I don't have to give up the other work. But for this role, if you look at the Act itself, one of the provisions says that the public protector cannot have any other remunerative work. That's a requirement of this job. So for this job, if I would have to make myself available full-time.
Okay.
And I'm happy to do that.
Okay. Do you believe you've got the necessary temperament and assertiveness that's needed for the post?
Well, so you're grilling me now.
I'm just asking you.
Yes, I do.
You've got?
I absolutely do.
Okay. No, I think, Chair, I'm covered.
Thank you very much, Kosi. The next colleague is Honorable Chape. Oh, I've done it, Honorable Besoma. Thanks.
It's the first one. Good afternoon, Advocate, and thank you, Honorable Chair. From the first question of Honorable Maud, the second last question of Honorable Telisi, in terms of independent. I always say that you are independent from what, but I don't want to make an assumption. Do you vote?
No, I don't vote.
Wow. Hey, okay. Exactly. You might be voting for you, But having said that, with all the investigative skills that you have, generally, any applicant would have gone through the business plan and the financials and the AGS report of an institution. So what would be your turnaround strategy? I don't want to lead you because I'm saving my time. if there is anything for turnaround strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you. Good afternoon, Honourable Member. Yes, I did go through the annual report, the 21-22. Obviously, the 22-23 one had just been finalized, so they haven't produced that as well. So the last 2 years, the Office of the Public Protector actually got a clean audit, so which means their financial management is good, right? So they managed that quite well. Although I say that, yes, of course, I've analyzed it and I looked at some of the areas where it would require a turnaround strategy. We've spoken about it briefly. The one area is obviously funding. That's an area. So I'm talking about the challenges and the risks now, right? That's the one area I think we spoke about that. Then the other area I think which is important, we also spoke about that as well, is the area of forensic investigations and litigation.
Help me not to talk about the areas that you spoke about.
Yes.
The turnaround of making that mitigating factors that you'll employ when you get appointed.
I think the most important thing is to look at the annual performance plan and to see whether, remember, at the moment, the annual performance plan for the 23-24 is already approved by Parliament, right? So that has to, if there is a turnaround strategy, that has to change. The one thing I saw there that I saw as a red flag is, I'm sure Parliament saw it as well, is that there seemed to be a downscaling of the targets. And that worried me a little bit because if you look at the Public Protector's Office, right, in addition to the 8,000 cases that they look at every year, is the systematic investigation. That has been going down over the years, since 2016, I think. 2016, yeah. Those numbers have been going down. So that, for me, was a little bit of a concern. So that's an area that one needs to look at. The second area that one needs to look at is, and I found also as well as a red flag, is that the turnaround times, it went from 95% in the last 5 years, that they would finalize 95% of all the cases within their own benchmark turnaround time. Now it's gone down to 80%. So they have been, the targets have been going down rather than going up. So that's the one area of intervention, I think.
Thank you, Chair. I think let's agree, me and you, that you are aware of the shortcomings of the office, not the person. But you will also then, working with whoever, then try and mitigate that one. What is your understanding of the role of the public protector in respect of the requirements of the EA or the Executive Members Ethics Act, as it were?
Yes, so the public protector is the only institution that can investigate complaints in terms of that act and that code as well. The code, I think there was an amended code in 2007. I think they're the only ones that can investigate that. They just released their last report. I think there was a matter against the Honourable President as well. So they released one report there as well. So that's a matter that they would investigate.
Okay. You would know that the word accountability is quite fashionable to everybody's lips, probably speaking for oneself on that. The Constitution makes it accountability by those entrusted with the state power, central, while entrenching citizenry participation. What is our understanding of the accountability of the state to the citizen? I just want to also to add to that, who guards the guard?
That's a very interesting question. Because at the moment, it's the public protector who is one of the guards in this country. Parliament is another guard as well. The voice of the people of this country, it's Parliament who actually is the voice of the people, right? So the people, rely on Parliament. They elect members to become members of Parliament and the NCOP as well. So if you look at the public protector, even though the public protector is in a different branch of government, in the executive branch, but the public protector also assists Parliament to hold organs of state accountable. So if you look at the three branches of government, right, each one of them is a check on balance on the other, right? So if you look at where the public protector finds themselves, they are a check on balance on the executive action of the organs of state.
Just for a matter of interest, Chair, I know now I'm on within the 8 minutes, is that quickly, some of us would like to refer to the State of Capture Commission report I don't want to term it as a person because we need to term it correctly. And also then in terms of the constitution, the PP's remedial action are binding.
Yes.
But of course, while they are binding, but there are also other entities that comes in thereafter. Do you believe in cooperation with other state organs?
Yes, most definitely.
And why?
Most definitely. If it's a constitutional imperative. If you look at Chapter 3 of the Constitution, it's cooperative governance. If you look at Chapter 10 of the Constitution, it's public administration. They all talk about accountability, they talk about cooperation. If you look at, for example, I'll use a recent example which I found quite interesting.
Can you cite an example that has been lacking?
I think anti-corruption, for example. And I think with the 2020 anti-corruption, national anti-corruption strategy, I think for me the key there, ma'am, is coordination. And I think cooperation is extremely important.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done. I'm not giving anyone my
You've saved
5 minutes.
me
I've
1
left.
minute. Thank you very much. And the next colleague is Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just firstly want to clarify something. You said that you spent 10 years with the Competition Tribunal.
No, the competition authorities.
The competition
so
authorities.
that will include the tribunal and the commission. Yeah.
Okay, because from your CV, I see that you were a deputy commissioner from 2013 to 16.
Yes.
And you were the COO from 2020 to 2022.
Yeah.
So that's 5 years.
Let me help you out. I'll explain it very quickly. So I started with the competition authorities in 2011. So I was 5 years at the commission. I served as the Audit and Risk Committee member of the Competition Tribunal from 2016 onwards. And then from 2020, I was the Chief Operating Officer at the Competition Tribunal. And I left last year in August, end of August last year. So that's more or less 11 years.
Okay. Yeah. Your CV also says you're currently serving as a non-executive chair of the Audit and Risk Committee at the Department of Water and Sanitation.
That's
so
correct.
Since when is that?
That was since November last year, yeah. November
last year.
Yeah.
And what have you achieved there?
Well, in fact, we just met with the Honourable Minister about 2 weeks ago, and I just took over as the chair this year. Because when I joined as a member, so I just took over as the chair now. So we as you know, it's quite a large department. It's got 10,000 staff. It's got quite a large budget as well. If you look at its previous sort of performance as well, it hasn't been doing that well. But we're moving it in the direction. In fact, the AG just mentioned now in our one-on-one meeting with them that we're very close to getting a clean audit there as well. For a department with that size budget to get a clean audit, I think that would be quite a great feat. So in this financial year, we are absolutely targeting a clean audit.
Okay. In your questionnaire, you made the statement after you made some comments about the adverse findings against the public protector.
Yes.
Then you say there needs to be a comprehensive assessment of the investigative analytic process to identify gaps and improve them. Why do you believe these adverse findings were the result of process-related issues?
I think Public Protector's Office. I think for me, if there is a good process in place, then the chances of making mistakes or bias creeping in is very limited. It's diminished. Look, for example, in mission, right? It says, and maybe there's a need for amendment to the Public Protector Act. Example, in the commission, in the act itself, it says a decision commission is a commissioner with one. It's not a single person who makes a decision in the commission. It's the commissioner together with the deputies as well. So it adds to the objectivity of that decision as well. And in the commission, every Tuesday, the heads of the department sits with the commissioners, where they brief the commissioners, and the commissioners make decisions on those cases. So it's a whole group of people as well. So for me, I don't know exactly what happens in the public protector's office at the moment, but for me, I think there needs to be an assessment to see why, for example, some of the cases are being lost in court. Let me give you an example, the GEMS case, right? The GEMS case, for me, I couldn't understand, when I looked at the case and I read it, I couldn't understand how the public protector got that one wrong, because it's quite obvious that GEMS is not a public department, it's not an organ of state. So for me, I couldn't understand that. It's like those simple things. If we went through a proper, robust process, then when it comes to the end of the process, you shouldn't be making those sort of elementary mistakes.
Okay.
And most of those other cases, if you look at it, it's process issues.
So you're convinced that if there was a more robust process in place, the errors in law would have been fixed?
Yes, and for me, it's not just about, whether a single person has got it wrong. For me, when that single person sits with a report in front of her or him, it's gone through a process, and then it comes to that person, and that person makes a decision. So for me, it's not just that final decision, it's that entire process that needs to be looked at.
When you talk about the risk plan, the Honourable Lasuma referred to a turnaround plan, but you have there on pages 12 and 13 of your questionnaire a risk plan, where you say one of the risks you see is political instability, and your fix for it is that you will want to maintain better relationships with political parties. Can you explain that?
Yeah. All right.
Specific step.
Yeah. So for me, I looked at what are the risks facing the public protector. You get internal risks and you get external risks. That's an external risk, right? The external risk doesn't only affect the public protector, it affects the entire country as well. It affects the IEC, for example. If you look at the IEC, for example, they have good relationship with political parties, but they're independent. So in the same way, if you look at political parties, if you look at Parliament, for example, for me, they have a very important role to be, for example, protecting the independence of the public protector, assisting the public protector as well. So for me, that's where, the engagement with various stakeholders, including political parties, has to be a good one.
So in terms of, you also make mention of the King 4 principles.
Yes.
In terms of a desktop exercise based on the annual reports, what would be the one key intervention you believe must be undertaken at the Public Protector's Office?
I think for me, I looked at principle 1 of King 4, talks about ethical and effective leadership. Now, people talk a lot about the ethical part. There's been a lot of dialogue and discussion on the ethical part. But I think the one part that people don't talk a lot about is the effective part, effective leadership. And for me, I remember when I was in the commission, for example, the one thing that I did there, we did a turnaround project there, right? We had cartel cases, abuse of dominant cases. They were taking years and years to complete. Like a cartel case, the average case took 3 years to complete. So we look at what we call a bottlenecks project. We look at where the bottlenecks in the process is. We say, how do we get these cases to be finalized sooner rather than later? We looked at the gaps. We found the gaps. We plugged those gaps, and we're now finishing cartel cases in 24 months rather than the 36 months. So for me, that's one thing that needs to happen in the Public Protector's Office, to look at effectiveness. How do we make processes, internal processes, more effective, so that, because remember, it has a funding problem. So how do we make it more effective with the same funds that we have?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
If we can go back to something that you were engaged on earlier, and that you mentioned at the beginning, was the non-compliance with remedial actions, and your solution to make it a statutory offence. But is there any other solution that you can think of? Because if if it just stays an offence and there's no prosecution thereof, it's not going to actually assist. So do you think there's any other way that that can address that non-compliance issue?
It's a difficult question because at the moment, right? At the moment, if you look at the civil side is not working, right? The public protector doesn't have the resources to, go to court on every matter. So that's quite an expensive process. The public protector can use parliament. I'm not too sure that's working because from 2016 to now, 65% of the remedial action hasn't been addressed. Now, I don't know whether the public protector engage parliament like sort of, aggressively on those remedial action and brought that problem to parliament. I don't know to what extent. So I would say that would be the one area of engaging parliament to see whether parliament can actually assist in getting those on. Then also engaging with the departments themselves, the organs of state themselves. Sometimes on a practical level, because I understand it from, if I compare it, for example, with audit findings, for example, what I like about the internal auditors and the AJSA is that they would engage with the departments, with the auditees, and they will explain their findings, their recommendations, and how they got there, and they clarify these things. Now, I'm not too sure to what extent the public protector does that follow up with the departments that they investigate, because not all the relationships. For me, the relationship, even if you investigate a matter in a public department, it should be in an amicable way. It shouldn't be in a way where it creates animosity between the public protector and the public department. Like the AGSA, when they audit, they don't have an adversarial relationship with the auditees. So that's the kind of, for me, the culture change in terms of how they go about doing those investigations.
You touched on it sort of, but can you explain to us what you think will improve cooperation and coordination of the public protector with other Chapter 9 institutions?
I don't necessarily think that they don't have good cooperation, because if I read some of the literature and even the other Chapter 9 institutions as well, I think some of them, they do work quite well together. Like I know the Public Protector's Office and the South African Human Rights Commission, they did a joint project in Alexandra, I think sometime last year. I think it was sometime last year as well. So there is, that sort of joint projects that they do. But I think that joint projects need to increase as well, especially under now the National Anti-Corruption Strategy as well. I think there's an opportunity now, if government is going to establish that anti-coordination body as well. I'm not too sure what they're going to call it, but I'm just calling it ACCB at the moment. That would be another opportunity for the public protector, not just with the Chapter 9 institution, but with other, institutions that have the mandate to investigate, for example, corruption and dishonesty, be it the SIU or the Hawks or, any other agency as well. So there is a big opportunity there, I think.
I've got it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mandaniso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Advocate Jose.
Good afternoon, Honourable Member.
Yes. Sir, when you've been responding to my colleagues, one of the issues that you've been raising is the issue of the status in the public protector office, the issue of low morale by employees. So I want to check, what would you do different if you were to be taken tomorrow to that office?
I think for me, the first thing is that one needs to, as a leader, whoever is the leader there, is to engage with, firstly the management. I think engage with the staff as well, and reassure them and recommit them to the vision of that department. Because I think if you look at the vision of that department, it's about the public interest. It's about holding government departments accountable for service delivery failures and conduct failures as well. So recommit them to that. That's the one thing. The other thing is, immediately, there must be an immediate, for me, a wellness intervention, a group intervention as well, to kind of like almost test, and see exactly where the staff are, if no one does that, no one will actually know, what is the emotional wellness of the staff in the public protector's office. For me, I think that's a very, very important thing. Before one even considers, tackling anything else, I think that is, for me, one of the most important things.
Okay. Your understanding in terms of fit for purpose,
Yeah.
if you were to be given an opportunity to actually explain or educate anyone about that, what would you say?
Fit for purpose. In any particular context or just generally?
From your context. Hence, I'm
Oh,
saying that if you were to induct anyone about
Yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah.
what would you say?
So, for example, if you talk about fit for purpose for, say, a particular position, for example, is whether that person is qualified and experienced to actually do that particular job. Whether there's a match between, for example, the job description and the person's qualities and the person's track record in terms of that particular job. Yeah.
Okay. What would be your special project if you were to be the public protector in the state that we are in as South Africans?
I think for me it's more than one. I think there is a number of responsibilities for the public protector's office. I think the major part is not the complex investigations or the systematic investigation, because that makes up a small part of the public protector's office. It's about 10% or to 13% of their work. It's the other complaints that they handle. For me, that is the ordinary South Africans that are reporting complaints to the public protector's office. For me, that's an area that one needs to look at, especially the turnaround times. With the public protectors, you could see, I said one of the red flags is that the turnaround times are getting longer rather than shorter. So that's something that one needs to look at. Because when there are delays in resolving a problem, you'd find that's where a lot of discontent comes in from members of the public. There is a greater risk in those cases because members of the public would start to look at going to alternate ombudsman to complain rather than the public protector's office. So for me, it's important to address that simultaneously with the more systematic failures and together with advocacy as well. I spoke earlier on how that footprint can be improved as well. So those are the areas that one could look at, including the wellness area as well that I spoke about.
Okay. I can see on your CV that you've got experience in terms of the roles of Chapter 9 institutions. However, in South Africa, most of the people, they feel that they don't know those institutions. They are far away from where they live. What would be innovative strategies or measures that you are going to put in place if you were to be taken as a PP to ensure that you cover everybody and you don't leave anyone behind?
Yeah, I think what's important is to have a proper marketing strategy. Now, you look at the DSO. When I worked in the DSO, one of the strong points of the DSO is that it had a very good marketing strategy. Now, not many people knew that the DSO was actually a very small organization. It had just over 500 employees, very similar to the size of the public protector. But I think the way it marketed itself, it had a great deterrent effect in the country. So I think the public protector needs to do that as well. To be fair to the public protector's office, is that they do a lot of good work. I don't think the public in this country actually see all the good work they actually do. We see all the cases that they lose in court because the media, kind of focuses on the losses. But if you look at the lot of good work that they are doing, you look at the road shows that they have done. They've done a lot of road shows. They have actually expanded their footprint throughout the country. Look at the number of cases, complaints that they get. When you see an increase in complaints, it means that people have more confidence in you and they want to come forward and they want to report to you as well. So for me, those are the areas that one can't overlook as well.
Okay. Define for me your understanding on conflict resolution and conflict management as a person who understands issues of risk management.
Yes, okay. So conflict resolution and conflict management is where you manage the system, right? where you manage the system, conflict management. Conflict resolution, you're talking about a specific dispute, right? Where there is a specific dispute and you want to resolve that particular dispute. And you would, for example, look at various different ways in which you would resolve that dispute. And I would always, encourage or recommend, it's in the Public Protectors Act as well. The Public Protector has discretion on how they resolve disputes. For example, one can negotiate it, one can mediate it, one can conciliate it as well. So that would be the first step towards resolving conflict. So for me, that would always be, an important step, and also an important mechanism for the public protector. Whereas conflict management would be more, what are the various mechanisms that one can use for conflict resolution? Is the public protector, for example, empowered, for example, to use some of those alternatives? So that would be how you would manage the entire system of conflict resolution.
Okay. Lastly, Chair, if you were to be the public protector, what would be your program of action in terms of dealing with repetitive offenders in the system? Specifically those who are offending PMFMA and as well Section 217 of the Constitution when we deal with public affairs. Yes.
Yeah, I think repeat offenders, they one must always, the consequences for a repeat offender is always greater than for a first-time offender. Even in criminal law as well, first-time offenders, may not get the maximum sentence. Even competition law as well, repeat offenders, their fines are much larger as well. So you look at many of the government departments now, including local government as well, they are all implementing consequence management, policies and procedures, etc. The public protector as well needs to start, looking at consequence management for repeat offenders, and whether when structuring that into their remedial action, their recommendations as well needs to be harsher for repeat offenders, so that you deter them from any future conduct as well, unlawful future conduct.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pachanchi.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I can ask for your favor to get the 5 minutes of Honorable Vessels, just to add. I've noticed he's left. Thank you, Shenge. Ngiyabulela, Shenge. Just to give another minute.
I'm giving him 3 minutes of my time.
Thank you, Chair. I'll add that one too. Mr. Josie, Advocate Josie.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
You can take the water. Here's my first point, just for us to get it going. The Constitution in Section 193, and I'll give it to you, says the public protector and the commissions that are established in terms of Section 193 must be a woman or man who's South African, who's fit and proper, and so it goes.
Yes.
Two things I want you to help me with. Why do you think the Constitution says it must be a woman or man and doesn't say it must be persons?
Yeah.
Just they were lazy to write proper English.
I'm not sure. To be honest, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure.
Okay,
but they could have used the word persons, right?
Yeah, no, let me quickly help you.
Yeah.
It has to do with redress in this country.
Yeah.
There's an emphasis on women.
Yeah.
Because before that,
yeah,
women were part of your triple oppression.
Yes.
So it's not even an English, it's not an oversight.
Yeah.
But I understand, because you would have been indifferent about the history of this country. I understand why you would not be able to pick that up. The second point, still under that,
yeah,
the fit and proper. The Constitution doesn't define it.
Yes.
What in your understanding is being fit and proper?
I think, as you say as well, the Constitution doesn't define it, and to be honest, it's not defined. As far as I know, it's not defined anywhere else. You'd find, in various pieces of legislation. You'll find it in various pieces of legislation.
Which
You find
legislation?
The Competition Act, for example.
Does it define fit and
No,
proper?
no, it doesn't define it.
Okay.
But you'll find a reference to fit and proper.
Let me assist you.
Yeah.
So that we're quick. I'm managing my time. There's a case law
Yes.
that defines fit and proper. It's in the General Above the Council vis-a-vis Nomgcobo Jiba and
Yes.
others. It raises certain principles. Do you know that?
I don't think that I could be wrong, but for me, it would describe what are the qualities. I can describe qualities for you that would make a person.
Let's
fit and
try.
proper.
Let's try.
I would say things like, for example, honesty, acting with integrity, being objective when you are in a position to make a decision. So those would be some of the qualities for me. But I don't think it's been defined, as far as I know, in any legislation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll give it as your first takeaway to go look for it,
Yes, I will.
whether you're successful or not. Let's go to the next point.
Yes.
My next point, I want you to help me here, just to get your understanding and attitude about clean audit. What is your attitude and understanding about clean audit?
Okay, a clean audit is I know that there's sometimes a misunderstanding of what a clean audit is. It's basically the Auditor General looks at three aspects. They look at your financial statement, the annual financial statement. They look at your performance against predetermined objectives, and they look at compliance with the law. Their opinion is on the integrity of your annual financial statement. So when they say clean audit, they mean, and it's not an official, by the way, term. It's basically an audit where there hasn't been any material finding on your audited financial statement.
Okay, let's move to the next point, still within that.
Yes.
Here is an example of a municipality that has a clean audit.
Yes.
But throughout the week and almost every day, there are protests. There's service delivery problems in that municipality. So where's the problem? This municipality has got a clean audit, but you have high levels of unemployment and poverty.
Yeah.
What is the problem there?
Yeah, but remember, a clean audit doesn't mean that you are performing well. Remember, the opinion I said is on your financial statement.
You've answered me. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I was looking for that.
Okay.
Let's proceed to the next point.
Okay.
In your own assessment and reading of the documents in the Public Protector of South Africa, you seem to be making a point that their budget is not adequate. That's a point you're making.
Yes.
Firstly, what is their budget in this current financial year? Do you know?
I know the previous financial year it was I think close to, I could be wrong, I might be mixing it up now, close to 300 to 400 million rand.
It's not yet. It's very far from 400. Maybe next year it will be 400. but here's the point. I'm interested to hear from you what assessment you have done. Do you think that because when you say it's not adequate, is the budget currently efficiently being utilized in that office, having read through those documents? Because you've made a particular statement to a point where we need to campaign for more money for that office.
Okay, the reason
and help me, because I'm not so sure if that's what we need to do.
Okay, the reason why I'm saying that, remember you just asked a question about a clean audit, and I said a clean audit is based on how you manage your finances.
We've passed that one.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm glad we passed that. Because we gave them a tick there, we said they're managing their finances.
Now let's go to
well.
the efficiency
If
because
they
of my time.
Yeah, if they're managing their finances well, right, and they are still sort of inefficient, it means there must be a reason for that, and one of it could be funding, right? One of it could be funding. And remember, I answered one of the other honourable members. I said they have a large number of unfunded posts, which at some stage was 34% of their staff.
Okay, thank you.
So
thank you, Advocate Josie. Okay. Here's my next point. This office that you're praying, you want to lead this office as the new public protector.
Yes, I did pray.
Have you made an assessment about the Because you said around the complaints, you made an assessment, and I want you to help me with that. You said the reason why there are so many complaints, you're attributing that to excellency and more better work in that office. Is that based as a generic statement you're making, or is it based on a particular evidence? And if it is evidence, what is that evidence?
No, that would be one of the reasons for that.
You said it earlier, so I'm just
Yeah, no, I said
I'm
it's-
just
it's
hanging
yeah.
on to what you said.
No, that's one of the reasons is that if people are more confident in your office, then more people will come forward.
Yes, that's a generic statement.
Yes, it's a generic statement.
So I'm asking whether you are making that as a generic statement or
Yeah.
a statement based on facts and evidence about this place that you want to call home if you're successful.
It's based on what I read from the various documents of the public protector themselves. Number one is they said that the footprint has increased, right? That the footprint has increased, and so if the footprint has increased, and there's more confidence in the office because they're doing more awareness as well. So more people are now wanting to complain to them.
Okay, let's leave that because I don't think.
But there could be other reasons.
We're not on the same page. Yeah. Let's leave that. Let's go to the next point. You prepared yourself. We are nominated. You applied. Whatever you did all of those two, you are here today in these interviews. What is what firstly, have you identified any risk in this office?
Yes.
Okay. Just talk to me about two risks you have identified and how those risks you're planning to manage them if we happen to appoint you as this committee and recommend you to the National Assembly.
Yeah.
Let's agree in a minute.
Ungayilibali la 3 na la 5 ne? Ungayilibali la 3 na la 5 ka vessels no butelis.
So over to you. So you are allocated 1 minute to respond.
Honourable Member, I already spoke about quite a few of the risks already. You recall one of the risks I said is, well, let me speak about something different, because I know I spoke about some of the risks, right? For me, I think one of the risks...
And one risk related to the public protector
Yes.
South Africa as an institution.
Yes.
Nothing
Remember,
generic.
we spoke about the
How
funding.
do I deal with this one?
We spoke
Because
about...
the time is running out.
Come here, just start.
Yeah. Just wind up
Okay.
a few seconds.
Okay,
and then-
the one risk very quickly is, for me, I think there's a skills deficit there, especially the public protector himself identified, forensic skills, for example. So that was the one area that one needs to look at as well. How do we improve the forensic skills as well? So there must be focused recruitment on that.
I yield back, Chairperson.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you went over time. Yeah. Makwanisha has already donated his minutes, 2 minutes. Over to Honorable Makwanisha.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Advocate Josiah.
Good afternoon, sir.
What is your understanding of the role of the public protector in respect of the requirements of the Executive Members Ethics Act?
They are the only institution at the moment that can investigate complaints in terms of that act and that code. So that's basically their role there.
And then what are the challenges associated with that, especially the implementation of that act?
Of that act, the challenges?
Yes.
I would say the challenges there, and we've seen it in the one constitutional court case as well, is especially if there is remedial action, that I think, if you look at generally the remedial action, I remember what I alluded to before is that 65% of the remedial action is not implemented as well. I think the challenge is that public protectors sometimes have to resort to court action to implement some of those. So I think there needs to be a greater role for Parliament to assist the public protector to get some of those, especially the National Assembly, to get some of those remedial action implemented.
Okay. So if you are appointed to be the public protector, how will you deal with the issue that has always arisen of a conflict between a public protector and the deputy?
For me, I don't think there should be any conflict between the public protector and the deputy. You're talking about the deputy protector.
Yeah, deputy
Yeah,
public protector.
I don't think there should be any conflict between them because at the end of the day, they should be supporting one another. If you look at the Act itself, it says that the deputy public protector must assist the public protector to fulfill his or her role. So for me, personally, there shouldn't be any conflict. I think there should be a clear, because I worked as a deputy in the Competition Commission. I worked very well with the commissioner. I mean, there was no issue. We knew what our roles were and we knew exactly how we were going to assist one another. So for me, personally, I don't think there should be any conflict between them. And not that I know that there was any conflict between the current incumbents.
I'm not talking about the current, and I'm talking about generally the deputy public protectors and the public protectors. But you have not told me what are you going to do.
Very simple. For me, there must be clear role definitions. Those must be, recorded so that, the public protector, this is what the public protector will be doing on a daily basis. This is what the deputy will be doing on a daily basis. And then how they engage with each other, whether it's through, regular meetings, whether it's at public protector meetings. Like we used to call it in the commission meetings, where we take decision on cases, for example. Then there's, for example, EXCO meetings where we would meet with the CEO, for example. What is the role of the public protector? What is the role of the deputy? And what is the role of the CEO, for example? So all that must be, recorded in writing so that, and also what I liked about the commission is that the two commissioners I worked under, they allowed robust discussion. They also allowed dissent as well. And dissent used to be recorded. Although it didn't happen often, but when we would have robust discussions, we would also record dissent as well. Because look at the Constitutional Court and courts as well. They have dissenting judgments as well. It's important to allow that so that there can be, a better decision making in the end. So for me, that's how I would engage with the deputy on that basis.
The last one, do you agree that public protector is part of the institution supporting constitutional democracy?
Yes. Yes, because they one of the Chapter 9 institutions. Yeah.
And do you agree that elections is an important feature of the constitutional democracy?
Elections, yes, it is. Yeah.
Now, if I am a person from NCOP and I'm looking at this public protector who does not vote, who does not contribute to the advancement of democracy, how should I look at you?
They should look at me from a different point of view. Remember, to vote is a constitutional right. Not to vote is also a constitutional right as well. So they should look at me as a person who's truly independent. I think it adds to my independence because that's how I maintain my independence. Remember, I spoke earlier on about the intangible part of independence, the state of mind. It actually contributes to that state of mind.
So if a judge goes to the polling booth to vote, you say that his independence has been compromised?
No, I don't say that. It is prerogative. It is prerogative. Remember, what you see visibly, you don't see the invisible part. So what I'm suggesting to you, or what I'm saying, is that for me to maintain my independence, I choose not to vote. And it's a constitutional right.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Just one last question from myself, Advocate Joseph. Is there a possibility for tension between the mandate of the public protector and that of the other institutions, such as SARS, that is by law shown to confidentiality? If so, how can that be avoided or dealt with or mitigated?
Yes, there was the SARS case where another public protector's office was unsuccessful in obtaining the confidential tax information of a certain taxpayer. So I think what's important is that there are various competing laws, right? you get the Public Protector Act, but you also get the Tax Act as well, Tax Administration Act as well. And all those legislation has to be respected. But I think for me, it's the coordination. I think the coordination is very, very important. You know, I'll give an example of, I think what is going to change things in the future is this new anti-corruption strategy, because they are talking about a multi-agency approach, right, which I support, fully support, a multi-agency approach, but they're talking about high-level, focused, and effective coordination. And I think that is going to help not just the public protector, but it's going to help all agencies in this country. If that strategy is successful, I think South Africa will be moving in the right direction as far as corruption is concerned. So for me, it's also that stakeholder relationships as well that the public protector needs to build with the various agencies as well. I think when that relationship gets to a higher level and it matures, then there'll be a high level of trust. Obviously, this must be done within the ambit of the law.
Right. No, thank you very much, Honorable Josie. We have come to the end of these interviews. We appreciate that you took your time out to come and have this exchange with us. And thank you very much. And I wish you a safe trip back home.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you so much. The colleague will escort you out as you escort the other colleague. Quick, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay, 2 minutes break. I will deduct that 2 minutes from Advocate Bredenbach.
Here. So this is what you'll use. We're using that camera to take you to South Africa. So instead of when you speak looking at the chair, maybe just note him and try to be as straight as possible so that that camera can capture you. So if you can sit towards the middle of the chair.
Let me put this back on the floor then.
Now you can sit, put it on the other side. If you can just sit towards the side. You don't have to speak towards. You can speak
Okay,
as
I can
you.
just speak.
Yes.
And then if he,
Yeah.
if he's
Colleagues, we are ready.
Here's 5 minutes.
I don't see the other colleagues.
Let's start with that then.
Okay, is a photo session. You are okay. We adjourned for 2 minutes, colleagues, and I don't see the other colleagues. Right, but I'm sure we can start. Let me thank you for honoring our invitation, and I will just ask you in 5 minutes to briefly indicate why the honorable members should consider you for nomination as a public protector. Over to you. The mic is before you. I don't know. Just can you show her how to use it? Thanks, Honorable Grimmbach. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm a practicing advocate with more than 20 years' experience in the legal fraternity. I'm also having extensive managerial experience. Amongst my major strengths is my ability to work independently as well as in a team. I have an LLB and BA law degrees, which I've attained from the University of the Western Cape. I also have a certificate in leadership development, which I've attained from the University of the Witwatersrand, together with a pre-entry certificate, which I've attained from the National School of Government. Throughout my career, I've held various leadership positions, including supervisory professional assistant, regional professional assistant, and Justice Center executive. As a legal practitioner, I have dealt with a number of litigious matters over the span of my career, and I've assisted various people in an array of matters in various forums. At Legal Aid, I've had a progressive career for 12 years. I was initially appointed as criminal professional assistant. Thereafter, I became civil professional assistant. I became a supervisory professional assistant shortly thereafter. Thereafter, I was promoted to regional professional assistant. And ultimately, I became Justice Center executive. As Justice Center executive, I have held positions at 2 justice centers respectively over a span of 8 years. During that time, I've investigated complaints. I have taken remedial action and also reported to our regional and national office in order to ensure accountability. In addition to that, I've been acting as a magistrate at 2 magisterial districts respectively. During that time, I've ensured access to justice and also the efficient and effective functioning of the courts. I'm confident that my experience, combined by my education, my investigative skills, communication skills, analytical skills, sound decision-making skills, together with my ability to thrive under pressure, makes me a suitable candidate for this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Marais. Do you confirm the disclosures you made in the questionnaire? If yes, are there any further disclosures you want to make or explain?
Yes, I confirmed my disclosures and I don't have any other disclosures to make at this stage.
Thank you very much. Now is the opportunity for you to interact with the colleagues on my right. Each colleague has 8 minutes with you. So both the answers and the questions must be within the 8 minutes. I now start. Can you start?
Yes.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Sure, thank you so much. Right, I will start with Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and welcome, Advocate.
Thank you.
My first question to you is with regards to the state of the PPSA office and what can you offer to us if we were to be taken today to say tomorrow you are starting at the PPSA?
I'm sure that at this stage there are so many things to deal with at the specific office. However, I have to prioritize matters in terms of the importance thereof and obviously the urgency in order to see how to deal with matters. As far as the staff is concerned, I will first try to deal with the staff morale in order to get everybody on the same page for us to be able to move forward. And then as far as the work is concerned, if there are any backlogs, we will have to prioritize those matters in terms of, first of all, I will ensure that we have jurisdiction to deal with the matters. And even if we do, I will see whether there isn't any other suitable agency that's more suitable to deal with it. And if not, we will proceed with those matters in terms of importance and urgency.
Okay. Then what would be your special projects without whatever that you have alluded on in terms of prioritizing cases and issues? What would you say if I were to be a public protector? These are my special projects that one needs to implement them as the legacy.
There are a lot of things that I would like to focus on. However, I know that, for instance, high-profile matters are very important in our country for a specific reason. It's because of the perception of the public. It's also to instill confidence in the public that all is well in public life. However, ordinary people should also get the same kind of service from the Office of the Public Protector. And having said that, I will try and make sure to divide the work in order for everybody or all the matters that should be investigated to get the same kind of attention. Obviously, high-profile matters will get more attention due to the nature thereof, but I don't want ordinary people's matters to lag behind as a result thereof.
Yes, on your questionnaire, you can see that you've got extensive experience in terms of legal issues. And we know most of the people, they trust the PPSA office, and those are vulnerable and marginalized people. What is it that you can bring as an innovative mechanism to ensure that you touch everybody, even those who are at the rural areas, in terms of getting your services?
In order for rural people to get access to the Office of the Public Protector's Office without them having to travel so far, I will ensure that we're having outreach programs, maybe attend to an advice line that's at the national office in order for them to contact the advice line, where there will be people throughout the day or night who can assist them. And those staff members, if they are junior, they will obviously be supervised by more senior legal practitioners. I will also have agency agreements with other offices in order to see whether we cannot collaborate with other stakeholders in order to make the Office of the Public Protector more accessible. In addition to that, I will ensure that people in a specific region, in terms of the Use of Official Languages Act, they will be served in a language of their choice or the language that they normally use within a specific region, in order for them to understand and for the information to be accessible to them. And obviously, I'm making an example, at the national level, the language might be English because it's more universal and it will not be necessary to pay for interpretation services, etc., in accordance with that. In addition to that, I will also make use of the media, for instance, television broadcasting or radio broadcasting in order to bring the information of our office to people in rural areas.
Okay. Your understanding in terms of your Chapter 9 institutions and whether currently are they actually executing those roles as supposed to? And if not, what is it that you think it needs to be done so that they become fit for purpose for the country?
In my opinion, the Chapter 9 institutions are similar, but they all have different mandates. So I think that all those institutions are doing what they are supposed to do at this stage. there are things that overlap, but I wouldn't say that one office should take over the role of another. Chapter 9 institutions matters, for instance. So there's nothing that I would like them to focus on other than what they are already doing. As far as the Office of the Public Protector, of course, we will focus on our mandate in order to ensure that the public is being served pertaining to impropriety in the national or provincial sphere of government, and if there are any allegations of that kind, it will be investigated and the necessary remedial action will be taken pertaining to that.
Okay. Your response with regards to repetitive offenders in the system, what would be your at least short-term program of action in terms of responding to those issues? Because you know now in terms of social crime in South Africa, everything is happening so fast and so badly in a sense that you can see that generally there's lawlessness. So what would be the program of action that, one, if you were to be taken to be the PP, you'd say, these are my priorities and I would want to respond to them within this particular time frame?
Oh, my priorities will definitely be to look at corruption, because corruption is a big problem in our country, and it's having an effect on everything else within our country. Almost everybody is being impacted directly or indirectly as a result of that. So that will be one of my main things to look at. There are a number of other challenges that I would like to address, but things like education, which is also a problem in our country. I believe that a lack of quality education, it perpetuates poverty. And because of that, it's having a negative impact on our country. And I believe if people are properly educated, which is a basic right in terms of our constitution, they can come back and give back to the country, so the country can grow as a result of that. Okay. Also, healthcare services that's very poor will be looked at. Because of poverty, people don't have access to quality healthcare services. They can't afford private healthcare services, and I think it's unfair that you should get substandard healthcare services just because of the fact that you are an ordinary citizen of the country.
Okay, as I conclude, Chair, your understanding on
you are
conflict
over time. Can we allow?
Is my time up?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
It's started at 1536 and it's now 1544. And it's Honorable Advocate Braden Bach's turn. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon.
You are hoping to be appointed to a position of leadership into an office that is really important constitutionally. Do you agree?
Yes, it is.
The office is deeply divided and conflicted. How do you propose to get this office working optimally in a short space of time? Please be brief. I have other questions.
As I've said earlier, I will first have to look at the staff, because I believe that if the staff morale is low, then nothing will happen that's of great significance. I will also look at what we can do with the current resources at our disposal in order to work optimally with what we have, in order to improve the services at the office that's currently being rendered.
Okay. What do you understand under the principle of legality?
The principle of legality, to me, it means that the law must be respected, and nobody is above the law. So if there is legislation in place, then all citizens are, irrespective of the position that you hold, you are supposed to be subject to the laws of the country.
Okay, well, bearing in mind that answer, what do you understand under the principle of the rule of law?
I was actually speaking about that now. I was actually speaking to the to the rule of law, about the fact that nobody is above the law.
Okay, do you want to give the principle of legality another try? Bearing in mind the office that you're applying for?
The principle of legality is about the fact that, for instance, like the Office of the Public Protector it is an institution that's been created by the Constitution, and the Constitution governs that the Office of the Public Protector. So all the roles and everything else emanates from the Constitution and obviously the Public Protector Act.
Okay, how's your Latin?
It's not superb, but I can give it a try.
Okay. Do you know what the Latin principle nullum crimen sine lege means?
It sounds Greek.
Yes, we understand that, Yankee, but I'm not talking to you. If you don't know, it's fine. This isn't a Latin test.
I can't think of it now.
Okay, no problem. In your CV on page, in your questionnaire, let me just find it. Which page was it? That helps me a bit. Page 8 or 5. Oh, there we go, page 5. The top of your questionnaire on page 5. You're answering a question about your past employment. And I'll read you the sentence. It says, for a period of 8 years, I was at the helm of 2 justice centres, respectively, while successfully leading a diverse team. During my reign, I have investigated and resolved complaints, taken remedial action, and ensured compliance. It's that word reign that fascinates me. During your reign, what precisely did you want to convey with that, during your reign?
During the time when I spearheaded the 2 offices.
And do you stand by that choice of word, reign?
Maybe it was just a choice of words at the time.
I'm asking you today, do you stand by that choice of words, during my reign?
I would say yes, because reign is a synonym for during the time when you have actually spearheaded the office, or it's a synonym for that. So yes, I do stand by that.
You don't think reign denotes a king or a queen?
No, definitely not. Not in this instance.
That's not what you meant?
No, definitely not.
I see, but that is what reign means.
No, that's not the only meaning of it.
I see. The Constitution says that the Republic of South Africa is founded on the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. What does this mean?
The Constitution is the supreme law of our country. Yeah. So every other national legislation, if it's not in line with the Constitution, then it will be unconstitutional or invalid. So everything that emanates from the Constitution must be in line with what is in the supreme law of our country.
That's one half of the question. The other half is supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. What does it mean? South Africa is founded on the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. I want you to interpret that sentence for me.
Like I've said, the Constitution is supreme, and every other thing, everybody everybody in our country is subject to the Constitution, irrespective of your position, or even in this case, if you were royalty in our country, you would still be subject to the Constitution.
During your reign.
Yes, yes, it would have been still subject to the Constitution.
Okay. You say that you were involved with Legal Aid South Africa as, first of all, sort of in charge of the criminal matters?
No, I was I was a criminal practitioner, yes, a criminal legal practitioner, and then a civil practitioner, and then thereafter I was mostly dealing mostly with civil matters.
What type of criminal matters did you deal with?
It varied. It was matters in the district court like ordinary housebreaking, reckless and negligent driving, and then murder cases in the regional court, rape, etc., etc.
I see. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a minute over. I donate it to Mr. Horn.
Colleagues,
None of you.
in fact, it's a few seconds, about 30 seconds. The opportunity now for Honorable Maude to ask her questions. Over to you, ma'am.
Advocate, switch off.
Oh, no.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm not sure if you're advocate. You are advocate. Okay.
Yes,
Good afternoon,
Advocate Mare.
Excuse me?
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon.
Are you well?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
So I'm looking at your questionnaire, and in one of your responses, you say that in your position as acting magistrate, you have increased access to justice. What do you mean?
I have increased.
Give us practical examples.
Sorry. I've increased access to justice by dealing with large amounts of work. So by doing the amount of work that I was doing, obviously meant that more people had access to the courts. In my court, for instance, when I was sitting, I would normally proceed and finalize my role for the day, and not get involved in pardons and things like that, or I try to prevent that. Even if there were pardons, I would finalize that as soon as possible. I would also deal with a number of judgments, do my judgments as soon as I can, as quick as I can, in order for people to get outcomes in their matters.
So do you attribute that to only you or a collective achievement? Because you've got a prosecutor on the side, you've got the state and the accused prosecutors, and you've got the support staff from your office that, at the end of the day, fast track the processing of cases. So why would you attribute it to you only?
You are correct by saying that there are a number of role players involved. However, I am the person who's spearheading that court, who's in charge of the role, who must see to it that the court work must be done. I was the person who ensured that the court will start when it's supposed to start, in time, when after lunch, when it's time to resume court, it must resume. Or I normally went to work early in the mornings to start with default judgments, for instance, work on a number of that before I started my actual court. So I feel it's just fair to say from my side that I have ensured access to judgment, to justice.
Okay, and then you go ahead to say if you are appointed into the position of the PP, you will recommend a review of legislation to modernize and simplify the legal framework for public procurement. Can you explain to us and give us an examples of how you would change the legislation as a PP?
I would not be able to change the legislation myself. I would be able to make recommendations in order to see that the procurement system must maybe just be simplified. It must maybe be more user-friendly or accessible to everybody, or more transparent. That's actually the thing. From a national level to a local level, in order for everybody to be on par with what's happening in real time on a daily basis with regards to procurement, for instance. I'm sure that if that is really happening in practice, then a lot of maladministration or corruption and problems, challenges like that can be eradicated.
So there are services that are offered by national, provincial, and local government, which are common throughout, like security guards, the cleaners. Do you think it will be wiser to in-source rather than to go out and tender to advertise for security services that you will need from today for the next 100 years?
No, is that the follow-up question?
Yeah, we're coming now from you changing the legislation.
Okay.
So my question is one of the legislation that you would want to recommend the insourcing of security guards that cuts across local, provincial, and national?
No, I never touched on anything like that in my reply. I didn't say that I would like to.
I'm not saying you did. I'm saying you say you would want to change the legislation or contribute to the changing of the legislation. Now my question to you is, there are services that are offered that you know that you're going to need them. You need cleaners every day, security, and all of them. Is it your view that you might want to contribute to the legislation of insourcing? Yes or no?
No, I didn't specifically speak to that, but it might be part of it. I can't say it's just this or it's just that. It will have to be a whole number of things that will have to be looked at. And to be clear, with regards to insourcing or outsourcing of services, that specific question, that wasn't part of my reply. And I can't say absolutely, yes, you can just insource or yes, you can just outsource, because it's situational.
That's fine. I'm trying to manage time, Chair. Let's move on. So, you are a magistrate.
I was an acting magistrate.
Okay. And then in your career, how many people have you had in your office reporting to you relative to, if you were to be given this position, do you know how many people are going to be managing or leading in the office of the PP?
In my career, I have managed a number of people per office. Probably in the two offices together, it might be more than 80 people. I'm talking about my time now at Legal Aid. So I'm used to work with large numbers of people. In this instance, it might be hundreds of people, obviously because the scope is bigger. But to me, it will be more people, but it will remain the same to me.
Do you have an idea of how many people are in the office of the PP currently?
A couple of hundreds of people. There's temporary staff and permanent staff, so it might be approximately 500, more give or take.
Okay. Should the public protector make a call for donations from individuals and corporate companies? What do you think about donations from such entities?
The public protector gets funding normally from Parliament, but if that is insufficient in order to ensure that the mandate in terms of the Constitution is being taken care of, then yes, I will just look into it in order to see whether it is feasible to get funding from elsewhere. And obviously, having said that, I will weigh all the pros and cons in order to see whether it is feasible to get funding from elsewhere.
You listed corruption as one of the challenges facing this country. And you say that to address this, you recommend implementation of code of conduct and together with anti-corruption policy. Is it your view that the current PP is not addressing that, or it's not happening in the office of the PP currently? And can you give an example of how exactly are you going to address that issue of corruption?
No, not at all. I didn't refer to anything that the current public protector is doing or not doing. I would just like to put that on record. I was just speaking about the fact that in our country in general, we should integrate systems in order to make all the departments of justice or organs of state work better, more user-friendly, more transparent, more open for everybody in order to ensure public accountability.
And that will curb corruption.
It won't keep it entirely, but it will assist in order to deal with the problem.
Okay. I've given you an extra minute as a donation. I now move to, thank you very much. I now move to Nkosi Equitivis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. And my greetings to Maris, if I'm spelling it correctly. I've got very short questions and specific. Firstly, you refer to yourself as this dynamic legal practitioner, an assertive leader. Can you just help us as this body to just refer us to a specific incident that can prove, in particular, this assertiveness that you're speaking about here?
During the time when I was spearheading one of the justice centers, we had a service delivery problem at one of the courts. One of the courts was not productive because there were relief magistrates servicing that court as and when they became available. That led to a number of backlogs, undue delays, etc. I've had a meeting with the chief magistrate, and also I've reported the matter with the regional executives of the judiciary, the NPA, and Legal Aid South Africa, and I've persisted with that until a permanent magistrate has been appointed.
Okay, thank you. Your strong leadership now combined with the assertiveness of yours and your ability to work independently and within a team, what do you understand is the value of synergism? You are this assertive leader, dynamic, you are able to work independently and within a team. What do you understand is the value of synergism?
Is the value of assertiveness?
Synergism.
Oh, synergism.
Yes.
For me, it's important, obviously, I can work independently, but it's also important to collaborate with team members because everybody's bringing their own values to the table. Having said that, the Office of the Public Protector is supposed to operate independent from other state departments, government departments, organs of state, etc. And that is important, and it's actually, in terms of the Constitution, the Office of the Public Protector should be independent and impartial.
Okay. Of course, you are not vying to be a councillor or a minister or a director, but to be a public protector. Therefore, how do you think you can use this office to advance the government's agenda in terms of service delivery? Because this office does not deal directly with the service deliverables rather.
How I can advance service delivery?
How are you going to advance government's objectives in terms of service delivery, since this office does not deal directly with water provision, road construction and all that?
I will deal with it through my investigations. If I get an inquiry for an investigation for service delivery or pertaining to a service delivery problem, I will investigate it, give the other party an opportunity to give their input. I will evaluate that input, and obviously together with all the facts and everything, give my report together with a recommendation in order to ensure that the service delivery that should happen is being afforded to the people.
Okay. If you happen to be appointed, do you have some fears that politicians will try to influence you? If so, what do you think you can do if you come across that?
I'm not affiliated to any political party, so I don't have any fear that political parties would like to influence me. And even if people would like to do that, I think one of the values of the public protector, in terms of being fit and proper, is to be incorruptible. So I'm not afraid about that for myself.
Okay. Last question. You are acutely aware that our country is still battling with the issues of gender imbalance at workplace. Was this one of your reasons you applied for the post? And secondly, knowing that your two prisoners were female, what have you learned from them that you think you can take home?
I've never applied for any position because of the fact that I'm a female only. I am quite confident that I'm competent to deal with any job description that I'm assigning myself to. So pertaining to your first question, no, I haven't applied for the position because of gender issues or the fact that there is an imbalance at the workplace. I'm applying because I'm a capable person to do the job.
The latter part of my question then.
Pertaining to the other two public protectors, the predecessors, I've learned a lot from both of them. And I think I can use what's good for me and what is not so good for me in order for me to move forward with regards to this position.
Thank you, Chair. I've still saved you a minute or so. I'll decide who I give.
Sure. Thank you very much. Okay. Honorable all right, Chape. Thank you.
Discretionary high.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Advocate Maroy.
Good afternoon.
Let's go to the institution that you are applying for. What would you say are key programs of Public Protector SA? What is your opinion about them? And if there are changes that you would want to effect, what will that be on the programs? Programs for PPSA.
With regards to the current situation at the office of the Public Protector, I think that one will have to review a lot of things at this stage in order to see, depending upon the current situation, the issue pertaining to staff that might not be sufficient to do the work. There's a lack of resources at the Public Protector's Office. All of those things will obviously have an impact on the current programs that should be dealt with.
Which are, I asked the first question, what are these programs? Do you know the programs?
Yes, the Public Protector is having a lot of, say for instance, there's outreach programs to the people in outlying areas. The Public Protector, through all those programs, wants to instill confidence in the public that all is well within the public sphere.
Okay. Let's move on in the interest of time. Your experience in the public service. I noticed in the CV that it has been around you being a legal practitioner for legal aid and acting magistrate and so. Now the role of the PP requires you to meet particular standards expected of the holder of the public office. What do you understand about the expected standards as defined in Section 195 of the Constitution, and how will you apply them as PP?
The expected standards.
Yes.
The Public Protector herself must be a person of integrity, honesty, professionalism, a trustworthy person, and as I said earlier, a person that should be incorruptible. All of those things will ensure that the Public Protector is functioning independently and impartially without fear, favor, or prejudice.
Tapping on what Honorable Maut earlier on asked you in your response on the question about corruption, one of the issues that you're stating here on it as a key challenge, you're saying obviously you will recommend the review of the public procurement legislation. What is particularly wrong with the procurement legislation?
I wouldn't say that there's something particularly wrong. I do believe that one can always enhance what already exists. So that is what I meant by what I was saying then.
Reviewing it just to enhance.
To see whether we can enhance it, whether we can make it better.
Okay. My last question also on that. You also indicated the challenge as energy crisis. And you're stating here that part of my remedial action will include a recommendation for implementation of vital structural reform measures, which will unlock the country's growth potential. Do you mind naming these structural reforms measures?
I was talking specifically about the plants that needs attention and that should be upgraded. Those are the reform measures that I'm talking about. Structural reform measures.
Obviously, you want to couple that with implementation of good operation practices at ESCOM. What's wrong with the practices at ESCOM?
Again, I'm not saying that there's something wrong with it. I'm just saying that one can look at it to see how we can improve, because for me, if a current system appears not to be working, then it's good to look at it, to review it, and to see whether it's possible to enhance it.
Chair, I donate to Honorable Lesson. Thank you.
I done. Thank you very much. The next honourable member to ask the questions is Honourable Hon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. In your practice of law, either as at legal aid, as a magistrate, or as an advocate, to what extent have you worked with administrative law, other matters of public law, like specifically procurement law and public finance legislation?
I've worked a lot with the Public Finance Management Act, for instance, during the period when I was Justice Centre Executive, and that was for 8 years approximately. Also within the confines of the Legal Aid Act, and the policies and procedures. So I've worked a lot with public administration as well as public monies, and budgeting, how to budget monies, transferring of budgets, etc., etc.
And my question was, as part of your practice of law, so I understand that as part of management you would have had to do with it from that side, but as part of your legal practice and your...
As part of my legal practice, I've dealt with administrative law, but I wouldn't say that was an extensive part of the law that I've dealt with, or that I specialized in that. But I have dealt with it during my practice.
So in terms of the public protector and its duties and functions, what must always precede remedial action?
It's important, obviously, if I do an investigation, it's to afford the other party or the relevant party an opportunity to give his or her input, and then I will evaluate that before I will make a recommendation and say what the remedial action should be.
So the current public protector has been at the receiving end of a number of successful review applications, and in one or two of those matters, the court found that she ultimately worked backwards. So she settled on remedial action she wanted to impose, and then she embarked on an investigation. Would that be an acceptable practice?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think it's in the Mail and Guardian case. The judge spoke specifically about, how to deal with investigations. It's to deal with it with an open and inquiring mind, and to go through the layers of matters. You mustn't just decide beforehand, this is the outcome that you want, and now you're going to work around that. You have to work with the evidence, corroborate the evidence, see, for instance, whether documents are authentic, whether witnesses are reliable, the probabilities, etc., before you get to a remedial action.
Now, well, in light of that, and other colleagues have touched on it, I want you to explain a number of the comments you made in the questionnaire. I will skip the others that has been dealt with, but in respect of poor healthcare, you say, I will take remedial action to ensure that service delivery should be provided fairly, equitably, without bias, and that mechanisms to be implemented to ensure quality healthcare services. So how will you then go about to, if you've already decided this is what you want to achieve?
So if I get a request for an investigation, I will start to investigate the matter, get the relevant information from everybody who can assist with the matter. That will include maybe a healthcare, a hospital, for example, and everybody else. I will go through all the evidence, see whether it's reliable, whether documents are authentic, maybe get people to come and give oral evidence, etc., etc.
Do you understand that your submission says that you've already decided there is a lack of... Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Please repeat your question.
So, do you understand that your comments in the questionnaire said that you've already concluded that that's what's the problem?
The general problem in the country is that the the public healthcare service is not in a good state for members of the public to use. So I was just speaking from that point of view, generally.
Okay. Then my last question, in your questionnaire you also talk a lot about policy. I don't know whether you want me to read for you. An anti-corruption policy in the one question, policies around education. What role does the public protector have in terms of remedial action in dealing with policy?
It's to ensure that it's being implemented. If there are policies, and I do believe that our country is having good policies in certain areas, sometimes it's just a matter of implementing it or to ensure that it's being enforced. And if it's not, say it's procurement, for instance, and somebody didn't follow those steps or the policy.
No, that's not policy, that's law. So do you understand there's a difference between policy and law?
Yes, I do.
So what role does the public protector have in matters of policy?
As I've said, it's I would say it's twofold. It's in order to see that there is transformation of policies, existing policies that doesn't work anymore, that might not work anymore. And if there are good policies in place, it's in order to see that it must be implemented.
Thank you, Chair.
Who do I allocate your minute to?
To Mr. Wessels. We keep it in the pact.
Honorable Vessels is the next person to ask the question. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me use the minute to start where Honourable Horn left off and where you stopped. You spoke now about the transformation of policy. Who do you think is responsible for the implementation and the transformation of policy, if you refer to the Constitution of South Africa?
The legislature will, for instance, if it will start there, if they want to make law or, you know, bring something into law, it will start there. So, and from all those discussions, it will flow for policies to be made or to be implemented, etc., in different spheres of the government.
So you do understand the separation of powers doctrine and
Yes.
where a Chapter 9 institution fits into that?
Yes.
Okay. Understanding that, if we can reflect on, do you think if you reflect on the past since the establishment of the Public Protector and also in recent past, do you think the Public Protector has ever encroached on another Chapter 9's functional area or mandate? And can you give an example?
I've said earlier that sometimes it happens that the functions overlap. I will make an example of the Human Rights Commission, for instance. They have a specific mandate, but sometimes an inquiry of the Public Protector's Office might involve a human rights matter. So the complaint or the inquiry wasn't initially about human rights, but that might come to the fore. And because of that, it will happen that the Public Protector can either refer a specific part of it to the Human Rights Commission, or then proceed with the whole matter, depending upon the nature of the matter.
Do you think there's a need for better coordination between Chapter 9 institutions?
I think it can be improved, yes.
And how would you do that?
I would think that one can have a memorandum of understandings between all the institutions, obviously after deliberations and discussions and so on, in order to see how to streamline the work of all Chapter 9 institutions.
You said you're not reflecting on the person of previous holders of the office, and I'm not asking you to do that, but if you were to reflect on the Public Protector, the Office of the Public Protector since its establishment, what areas
I don't know. The mics are on and the system is on. Please, if you could just have that established, thank you. You know, I was on an aircraft and they switched off the lights and the baby at the back cried, "Not shedding!" Yeah, colleagues, I find 2 minutes is required to have the system rebooting itself. So we're taking these 2 minutes from Janji. Understand it. It happens now. Right. Honorable Vessels, who was on the platform. Thank you very much.
Thank
If
you.
you could just repeat your questions, Honorable Vessels.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. In what areas do you think has the Public Protector fulfilled its mandate successfully?
I would say in ensuring good governance with regards to public or government institutions. The public protector was doing well, I think, in the recent past, in that area specifically, and should be commended on that.
Where's improvement needed, do you think?
In the Office of the Public Protector.
Overall, in terms of areas where there's fulfillment of the mandate?
I think improvement is needed in respect of, I would say, just general matters of general concern pertaining to the public at large, because of the fact that high-profile matters take so much attention and resources, etc. And because of the lack of resources or paucity of resources at the offices of the Public Protector, it's very challenging to focus on the vast majority of matters pertaining to ordinary citizens. So I think that can be improved with the necessary assistance, of course, pertaining to resources.
Reflection just now on remedial action. I think you would be aware of the fact that there's an overall problem that remedial action, which is binding, is not implemented by state organs. How would you handle the non-compliance with remedial action?
There's a constitutional case which states that the remedial action is binding. So it is not negotiable with state institutions as to whether or not they're going to implement remedial action. The Constitution is also clear about the fact that other organs of state must assist the Office of the Public Protector in order to maintain its dignity, independence, impartiality, etc. So with regards to that, I will deal with a specific institution and make all of those things clear to them in order to ensure that they are acting in terms of the remedial action. If not, then I will have to escalate it to the next level, depending upon which level it is of government.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vessels. Honorable Janji.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Mare, you can take the water.
Thank you.
Thank you. So your prayer is to become the new public protector. Can you just confirm that with me?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that is the institution that you want to be the head of. In terms of the Constitution, Section 181, 2 to 5, is governed by at least a set of 4 principles. What are those?
Section 181 is about, or from Section 181 onwards, it's about the appointment of the public protector and obviously the attributes that the person must have in order to become.
Yeah, the appointment is on Section 193. It doesn't belong in Section 181. I'm asking you, in Section 181, there are a set of principles governing and establish an appointed public protector in terms of Section 193. All I'm asking is just to share with me what are those three principles. Let me assist you. You have already mentioned one. I want then the three. You have said organs of state must assist. That's one of the principles. Maybe that will help you remember.
The public protector must investigate.
Are you guessing?
No. No. The public protector is appointed to investigate matters of organs of state, right? If there's an alleged impropriety, and the person must also write reports and make recommendations.
It's not one of those principles. Let's leave that. We're going to get into a guessing journey. My next point. There's something called looking forward and looking back. Before you came here, were you able to have a few minutes of your time to go through the annual report of this institution, the recent past of 2021-2022, as well as the annual performance plan of 2023-2024? Were you able, I just need a yes or no answer.
Yes, I went through it.
You did. So for this current financial year, what's the budget for that office?
The budget must be in the vicinity of 200 and odd million.
Are you guessing?
I'm stating it.
It's not that, no. My next point, so that we proceed here, Chair. I want to talk to us about the evolution of these Chapter 9 institutions. There would have been a process that was delivered or concluded in 2007 by the late Professor Carter Asmal, who looked into the health of these institutions. And that report focused on how we fix the Chapter 9 institution. So in 2023, Parliament is having an inquiry which is about the fitness to hold office of the incumbent. What went wrong? Yeah, the report 16 years ago about how to fix the institutions. This year, it's about we're talking about a removal of an incumbent, which is not the institution.
Professor Carter Asmal's report dealt with the overlapping or duplication of the functions of this Chapter 9 institutions. So part of what might have went wrong is the fact that certain institutions could have dealt with certain matters or certain functionaries instead of the office of the public protector. And I think because of that, there were a number of reviews, matters being taken on review, etc., as a result of that.
Okay. This Constitution of the Republic of South Africa in Section 193, which is about the appointment of public protector and other commissioners, says the public protector and other commissioners of the same must be a woman or man who's South African, who's fit and proper. I just want you to help me because I've already helped you just running it through, just with two things. Why do you think they have phrased it in that way, to say a woman or man, and not say persons? Can you think of any reason?
I think it's in order to ensure inclusivity
Of who?
in terms of gender, in order to ensure that everybody is included, and not for people to have this notion. It's like if you say the ombudsman, for instance, there's a male connotation to that. So I think it's being phrased in that way in order to make sure that everybody is included.
Thank you. And then the fit and proper is not defined there. How do you understand a person being fit and proper?
I see a person as fit and proper, the attributes, as being somebody who's having a high level of integrity, honesty, professionalism, and a person who's incorruptible.
Is Advocate Mare fit and proper?
I would say so, yes.
Why?
Because I have those attributes.
I yield back, Chairperson. Thank you.
Oh, you've served me a minute and a half. Thank you very much. It's now Honorable, oh yes, Honorable Makwanyisha, and then I'll move to Honorable Lisoma.
Good afternoon, Advocate Mare.
Good afternoon.
How do you manage stress?
It's situational. It depends upon the situation. But normally, if it's in my free time, I read or I go for a walk or something to clear my head a bit. If it's at work, then I will just take a little break to regroup, and then I will proceed with what I have to deal with.
How do you deal with criticisms?
Criticism is part of life, and especially if you're practicing law, you're getting that all the time, or you should grow a thick skin for criticism, because it's part of the package, so to speak.
How do you deal with criticism?
I'm dealing with it well.
Okay. What type
Or maybe can I proceed just with that? If somebody's giving me criticism, I will try and get feedback in order to see whether it's constructive or not. If it's constructive, then I will see what I need to remedy or do differently in order to handle the matter better moving forward. If it's not constructive criticism, then I will not own that and move on.
What type of majority is required to appoint the public protector?
2/3.
What type of majority is required to appoint a public protector?
Two-thirds majority of the members who's interviewing of the panel.
Is there a difference between 2/3 and 60%?
Yes, there is.
Who has the power to suspend the public protector?
The National Assembly. Or the president, to suspend the president.
Okay. What is your understanding of the role of the public protector in respect of requirements of the Executive Members Ethics Act?
The role Executive Members Ethics Act. The public protector is having sole jurisdiction over that. I think in terms of Section 3 of the Executive Members Ethics Act, the public protector can investigate matters in which the executive is allegedly involved in terms of impropriety, corruption, etc., etc.
what are the challenges in implementing that act?
There is a number of challenges. First of all, the ethics code, the executive members' ethics code is not exactly, it doesn't correlate exactly with the act. And secondly, there is the 30-day period during which the public protector must give a report. It's almost undoable considering the fact that matters emanating from those kind of investigations are normally very complex. However, that can be remedied if the public protector is within a 30-day period, is giving a report to say that the investigation isn't complete. She can then afterwards submit a report when it's completed.
Thank you very much, Advocate Murray. Thank you, Chair. The remainder of my time can go to Honorable Osomo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Samuel. It's your turn. You don't have to use all these.
No, don't be. Chair, may I be protected by myself to everybody else? Thank you. No, good afternoon, ma'am, Advocate Mare. Probably just building up from the questions when you respond to Honorable Mautwe and Honorable Buthelezi here, the honorable members. You use some 3 words, if it's good for me, but also appreciating that public protector is not for me, it's for the public. You protect the public. And I'm not too sure what informs that, but it's probably for another day we can engage on that. That will brings me to what Honorable Makwanisha asked. I think, no, not Makwanisha, Honorable RT Judge, in terms of whoever. 2/3 vis-a-vis 60%. Do you vote? You do?
Do I vote in our national elections?
No, I don't know. Do you vote?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. So, so which means you do vote for a party. That means then the independent, you are not independent because the question would be saying independent from what and who. But I'm just making a statement on this one based on the responses that you have been given earlier on. Honorable Horn raised a matter on around remedial actions. Would you agree with me that some of the remedial actions from today backwards that have been pronounced by the public protector as an institution, leave the one body, the face, some of them, they tend not to be implemented by the relevant bodies? Would it, because of those remedial actions are not implementable practically? For an example, if a committee A gets asked for water and there are other limitations, would it be the reasons or should be looked at what will be then your turnaround to make sure that you improve that situation so that whatever ticklish it may be in terms of remedial actions does get enforced and respected? I'm talking about turnaround now. Thank you.
I think that the remedial actions should be practical in terms of implementation. When recommendations is being made, then one should ensure that it can be practically implemented. And also in terms of the nature of it and also in terms of the time frames.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, through your good self, Advocate. Probably give me just one case scenario, what in terms of your view that can be done to improve cooperation between and coordination between Chapter 9 institutions and related to independent state institutions as the way. I know it has been asked, but I want to be specific in terms of not generalizing. Take just one case study that you can just share with us that can be employed.
Of how the institutions can cooperate. I took Chapter 9 institutions, but I will make an example now of the Special Investigations Unit, for instance. If there is corrupt activities involved, then, and the Special Investigations Unit is the best unit to deal with that kind of issue, then discussions can be held prior to that in order for the public protector to be able to refer matters to them in terms of a memorandum of understanding or vice versa, or they can refer matters to the Office of the Public Protector. The same goes for other Chapter 9 institutions.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. When you are responding to Honorable Janji, he made a preamble that seeks to make an assumption that you would have gone through the business plan as well as the AG's report, as it were. Can you just, for my own sense of comfort, provide your strategic vision of the evolution of this institution over the next 7 years in terms of your term of office if you get appointed? And that will be my last point, Chair. Thank you very much. I'm within my time.
I will make the Office of the Public Protector more accessible to people at grassroots level, and especially poor and vulnerable people, because I believe that, considering our history in our country, those are the people who are normally not in a position to stand up for themselves, so to speak. So I think that the Office of the Public Protector should focus more on that in order to be more involved in matters pertaining to ordinary people, and also to ensure that the truth must not just be sought, or you mustn't just get the truth of the matter, but the confidence must be instilled in the public that it has actually happened.
Thank you. Are you done, Honorable Soma? Yes. All right. Just one last question from myself. There are institutions that are by law sworn to confidentiality. One of them is SARS, the South African Receiver of Revenue. Section 69 of the Tax Administration Act prohibits an official of SARS from disclosing taxpayer information to any person who is not an official of SARS. To what extent, in your view, does that limit the exercise of power by, or the mandate of the public protector? If it does, can that be avoided in any way? Do you have any suggestions to give?
There's actually a constitutional case that dealt with that specific section, where the public protector requested SARS to give personal information about a specific individual, and they were not in a position to do it because they were prohibited by the law. If the law prohibits you to do something, I'm going to start now with SARS employees. They are not above the law. So it doesn't mean because of the fact that the public protector is asking for the information that it must be done contrary to the law. Because the public protector is also subject to the law. So how that could have been prohibited to get tax information from somebody, in this instance, was to request the person, maybe for the information, and to see what the person's attitude would have been. Maybe he could have given the information. And then it wasn't necessary to revert to SARS and to put that kind of pressure on them that ultimately led to this constitutional court case. So I think that everybody should work within the confines of the law in our country.
Even if it limits the exercise of your mandate.
If it limits the exercise of your mandate, then you must work within the scope of your mandate.
So be it. Thank you very much. All right, I think we've come to the end of this session. Let me thank you very much for your time and of course sharing your wisdom with the colleagues. We wish you a safe trip back home. You are from Graf?
Yeah, originally.
Originally. Now you are based?
I'm in Joburg.
In Joburg. Okay. Please, a safe trip back home.
Thank you so much for your time and thank you for having me.
The colleague will walk you out as he walks. Oh, no, I think we're at the end. Oh. Okay. Sure. Okay. Colleagues, can we look at the thing for tomorrow? I think it's like this.
But let's start at 9, exactly.
Oh.
Let's start on time tomorrow.
No, we will definitely do.
Let's try.
Yeah. Let's try our best. I emphasize the point. We're starting at 9. All right, we'll start at 9 tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think everything is still fine, eh?
Yes.
All right, so until we meet again. Thank you. Sure.